2, 1, live.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the August 10th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and approval of 2 sets of minutes before proceeding to staff license recommendations. There are 2 change of ownership application recommendations, 13 provisional license recommendations, 11 final license recommendations, and 76 license renewal recommendations. There are 7 responsible vendor training recommendations, which for the first time are featuring delivery core curriculum, and there are 2 responsible vendor training meetings. There are 5 items in the commission discussion and votes section today. An update on cohort 4 of the social equity program, 2 policy discussions around micro businesses and 2 driver rule, an update on an investigative report, and an update on the commission's return to office plan. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I'd like to begin making my comments first today, and I just want to read a statement. I want to begin by apologizing to my fellow commissioners regarding the way I made an announcement before I left the July 28th meeting. I know I caught you off guard, and I know that there was some concern about that. At the time, I believed I was alerting you to an important eventuality that I'd only discovered a day before. The CCC is already understaffed and overworked, with several key positions unfilled for many months. We have a lot of work to do just to finish the work on municipal equity regulations. I was privy to information that I believed would place greater pressure on how we manage the commission, and I believed I had a statutory duty to address that situation. This discovery was time sensitive, and as you know, open meeting law prevents me from speaking privately about business with my fellow commissioners. I believe that even with a delegation memo to identify employees who can sign off on needed approvals, a long gap without a leader could create confusion, lack of continuity, and prevent the commission from transparently and efficiently doing its job to serve the public. We have a lean but talented staff overseeing $1 billion a year industry, and under the best of circumstances, it's a challenge. Again, I sincerely apologize for any confusion I created, but I believed I was alerting my fellow commissioners to an urgent situation that we needed to address to preserve the commission's interest, and I was doing it in a public forum as required by open meeting law. Within weeks of my being appointed chair of the commission, the Boston Globe wrote an editorial with the headline, "The Cannabis Control Commission needs to right its regulatory ship." It's long past time for commissioners, including the new chair, to demand a role in an investigatory process instead of leaving it to the commission bureaucracy. Boston Globe also editorialized in April of this year about lack of transparency and accountability. It begins by rightly praising the work done by the executive director, the staff, and the inaugural group of commissioners. It stated, quote, "Standing up a new agency and industry from scratch is challenging, particularly with the complications caused by federal prohibition." I echo what the Globe has stated. What has been accomplished by our commission and our staff in setting up a new, highly regulated industry has been an amazing feat, and they all deserve congratulations. With the hard work of our staff, Massachusetts has set the standard for other jurisdictions to follow. However, nearly 6 years in, I believe it's time for the commission to do some sharp self-reflection to determine if doing the same things we started doing in 2018 makes sense at this point in time. I believe it's time for us to assess how we've been conducting the work of this agency and make necessary pivots to ensure we are having the impact that was promised when this law was first passed by the voters of Massachusetts. Going forward, I have a few goals I'd like to achieve, and I would hope to work collaboratively with my fellow commissioners to make them a reality. We need to ensure that our testing labs are honest brokers and patients and consumers have safe products that are accurately tested. With our biotech industry, world-class universities and hospitals, Massachusetts has the opportunity to lead in the area of cannabis medical research. We need to lobby for investment in a center of cannabis research that will reap many benefits in terms of future economic development, and we can be leaders to help people more fully understand the benefits and drawbacks of cannabis use. Plummeting prices have created serious problems for all cannabis businesses. We need to act quickly to make changes to the original, highly restrictive regulations passed during the first years of legalized recreational cannabis. We can protect the health and safety of our citizens while reducing overly burdensome and costly overly cumbersome and costly regulatory burdens, which will help more businesses achieve and maintain profitability. Of greatest concern to me is the need to honestly determine if we're meeting our mandate and doing enough to help social equity and economic empowerment entrepreneurs become licensees who enjoy the economic benefits of this billion-dollar-a-year industry. BBJ reporter Cassie McGrath just wrote an article yesterday pointing out that the promise of equity participation in the licensed cannabis business has not been kept. Quote, between higher rent, higher taxes, strict regulations, advertising restrictions, and the fact that the market is growing more saturated, many cannabis businesses are struggling, and equity businesses face even greater challenges. Just last week, I convened a meeting with the team from Economic Affairs and Mass Development to determine how the currently limited social equity fund can be leveraged to get more money out the door quickly. I'm seeking to convene a meeting with cannabis-friendly banks to see how they can participate in this. The doors of opportunity are closing, and it's up to us to take quick action to ensure that we help as many people as possible achieve success. My personal goal is to increase the number of social equity entrepreneurs that commence operations from the current, I believe the number is 59, to at least 75 by the end of next year. This will take a lot of coordinated effort. And that's why I've called for us to take a look at what we're currently doing and determine how we can move the ball forward to keep this promise to promote ownership among social equity entrepreneurs. We should partner with the Social Equity Fund Advisory Board and other stakeholders to creatively help social equity entrepreneurs get the resources they need. I want to thank Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion for their tireless efforts on social equity and suitability. I want to thank Commissioner Roy for her work around prevention and supporting veterans. I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins for the work he's done to keep young drivers safe and for championing small businesses. Today, we're going to be looking at micro business. You know, a year ago, we passed Chapter 180, or the legislature passed Chapter 180. We still have not completed the regulatory writing process. We began late. Bill was passed in August. We were not convened to do this regulatory writing until about February of this year. And so one of the things I want to, ask my fellow commissioners is going forward. I think that the next round of regulations just can't wait. And that rather than us being driven by the staff or led by the staff, I think that we need to come to consensus as to what those priorities are. And I think that we need to start, I would like to start assigning work groups. Now, it's my understanding there is a work group that's already been in place. I was not aware that there was currently a work group on two-driver rule. But I would like us to look at testing. I would like us to look at research. I would like us to look at other sort of regulatory changes. And I'm going to be asking all of you in the next week or so if you could have private conversations with me so I can determine how we might best distribute this work going forward. Again, my apologies for creating any angst or any confusion, but again, I believe that given the limitations, given the time frame, given what I thought was ahead of us, I thought I was making the right decision under the law. So again, I'll pass that on to Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments. The open meeting law doesn't allow us to have open conversations, so I think hearing your comments today, I think I appreciate it. I'll say a couple of comments about your comments, if I may. You thanked Commissioner Concepcion and I for social equity. I want to say thank you to everybody because it's really not just Commissioner Concepcion and I. I think everyone, even before you got here, has been working on equity. Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, and I know even before that, the chair before that. So I want to just make sure because I think sometimes we sort of get signaled out as the folks that are working on equity. Myself and Commissioner Concepcion, and that's not the reality. We are working on it, but it has been a team effort at the commission. So I just want to kind of say that. And thank you for the self-reflection that you mentioned. I think we all need it at times. I think in that case, I just want to remind us commissioners, I think it's fair to say, right, I'm happy we're talking about the, the elephant in the room. Our last meeting was, it was disruptive and uncomfortable. And I think that for commissioners, we are appointed by appointing authorities. There's no one really policing us except our appointing authorities and our team and our staff that sometimes will, tell us what we're doing wrong. But I want to go back to Robert's Rules of Order. I want to remind folks that, we have tools, we have the legal team. For myself, I did a lot of reflection, from the last meeting. Because I was confused, and maybe what should I said to you should have been like, point of order, right? So that we can sort of pause and see where we're at. But I just want to remind us that we did, take on Robert's Rules of Order, and we need to use it, because otherwise our meetings will become what last meeting was, right? So I just want to kind of say that to us as commissioners, use the tools, talk to legal, and I think it's just putting it into practice, right? And giving ourselves the time to sort of take a break and say, okay, wait, what's going on here right now? Can we have a point on order? Can we have a, point of information for a second? So I wanted to just share that with you all this morning. To staff, I just want to say that and I've said this many a times, I appreciate you all. There's some of you here today. You guys work tirelessly. And, the chair, you said it in your comments as well. It is not easy to work as a public servant. We get criticized left and right from, we criticize y'all criticize us, the media, the folks outside. It's very difficult. I know that folks are committed at this place. So I just want to say thank you. I know there's anxiety and emotions sort of going around within the team and staff about how are the commissioners going to act today? What's going to happen today? Is it going to be disruptive? What's going to end up in the paper? So I just want to say to you all, I think that we need to continue to lead. We are the leadership of this commission, and we're the role models. And it is up to us to really set the tone for this commission of how we treat each other, how we work with each other, and how do we move forward. Madam Chair, to your point, there's a lot of work to do, and it's time to sort of really look at regs and figure out how do we help the industry. So I just want to say that to our team, and to the media. I just want to say to y'all, we have a communications team, use them. We have you guys, there's 5 commissioners. You can email us, fact check before you write stories. We all know that stories sell, but stories also impact us as people and as human in our day-to-day lives, with our families, with our kids, our spouses, and even our health and our mental health. So I want to just say, use our communications team when you want to do some fact finding. And I'm excited to be here today. I know there's a lot of work to do. Madam Chair, I know we'll talk a little bit about the 2-driver rule and some of the stuff that is on the agenda. I'm assuming that we packed the policy portion because we're not having another meeting in August. So I just wanted to make those comments, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So usually I'm known to not have comments prepared. I drive up here and I sort of let my mind and spirit guide me before I get here. Last meeting was unorthodox, and it was the comments, Chairwoman, that you made around, I won't even reiterate at this point. It took away from the moment and from the work that so many people here have dedicated themselves to. And that has really lingered in my mind because it is beyond us. It showed a lack of consideration for the groundwork that was done by the prior iteration of the commission. It showed a lack of consideration for all the work that went into not just the regulations, but the creation of Chapter 180, the passage of that law, and the work that went into drafting all of those policies and considerations that are now available to the public. And I wanted to take a step back to really give that moment the attention it deserves, because I think that was overshadowed, unfortunately. We know the prior commission, the commissioners here, we knew that there was change needed. We knew that there was a lot lacking in terms of equity, HCAs, everything that is contained within Chapter 180 as a result of commissioners, both current and prior, who understood that there was work to be done and there was no time to waste. In fact, if you look back on some of our meetings in the past, when we advocated for for a Chapter 180, we discussed that. We discussed that there was no time to waste, that there are people whose livelihoods, whose lives depended on this. And I've said this multiple times, that I don't take this job lightly. I think that it comes across, I hope it comes across when I'm speaking to anyone about the work that we all do. And we're lucky to have a staff that really dedicates themselves to the mission of the Cannabis Control Commission. It's very clear and evident. And I've been fortunate. We talked about how I'm on all these working groups, so I helped in the drafting of every consideration that's contained in those drafts. And the benefit of that is that I've had the ability to really build and understand the team that we have here. And I know, and I have faith and trust in them because of the hours they put in, because of the dedication, because of the knowledge they have. Last meeting, Andrew Carter, Rebecca Lopez, Kyle Potvin, they did phenomenal. And I want to recognize them because they were able to really answer any and all questions that were thrown their way. They did so in a really concise, accurate manner. They put law above all else. And I just want to thank them and make sure that they get that recognition because that was overshadowed. The other thing I want to talk about is I want to extend my gratitude to former Chairman Hoffman, former Commissioner Doyle, former Commissioner McBride, former Commissioner Title, former Commissioner Flanagan, because the HCA reform started with them. And that is why we have these new regs now. That is why we have the Chapter 180. Commissioner Camargo and myself, we did bring the creation of the Social Equity Fund. That was something that we advocated for here in the public meeting. The creation of the Executive and Legislative Outreach Strategy. All of these things went into the creation and advocacy efforts around Chapter 180. It was not easy. It was not light. It took years. And when I say years, I mean from the creation of the commission. This is the first change to our laws, to cannabis laws in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts since 2017, and we're just now getting our drafts out. So, 2017 creation, 2022 is when this law was passed, and now we have our regs. So I feel like that is not, when we make comments about different articles that said that the time is now, we need change. This is the change. We're doing the change. The change is here. So what I would advocate for anyone watching, please comment, please take a look at those drafts. It's really vital. This is our work. At our core, we're regulators. This is the core. This is what I'm here for. And I also want to be really, really clear that we are all one of 5 votes. And I feel like that gets a little bit misinterpreted as well in terms of the public. Everyone here has 1 vote. You need a majority to get anything passed. When anyone is speaking, they're speaking in their individual capacity unless we have voted on it, talked about it, and it's gone through a public conversation and public meeting. And I feel frustrated that I have the need to say that on the record. But the comments that were made in our last meeting, unfortunately, and it was misguided, they represented us all. And I cannot stand by that because there was so much work put in. There were so many hours put in. We started way before February. This started years ago. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been a part of that process. Thank you to everyone who remains dedicated to the work, both internally and externally, because it's not about me. It's about the people who have been harmed by the war on drugs, and I talk about this frequently. It's about the people who are trying to get their lives together because they're committed so much of themselves to their businesses. And it's about the people who are working every day in this industry. So I have nothing more to add. If the spirit moves me to add anything more, I will, but that's what I have today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Roy?
Good morning, everyone, and I'm going to be really brief today. I just want to start by saying that I appreciate everyone's open and honest comments and discussion. I think it's vitally important for this board to be able to have that and to exercise that. I just want to say also, and I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Concepcion, about the work that went into this regulatory round, and highlighting Kyle Potvin, Director of Licensing and Enforcement Counsel, Rebecca Lopez, and our attorney, Andrew Carter, for their expertise and for their guidance. And while I did have to chair part of that meeting last time, so I truly am grateful for the three of them. And I did have a lot of questions, and they answered them all spectacularly. So thank you so much for that. I want to circle back to HCAs. On Friday, I was able to do a roundtable discussion with David O'Brien, hosted by David O'Brien in the CBA and Caroline's Cannabis, and we held it down in Uxbridge at Blissful Meadows, and about 50 licensees came, and all of us went through those draft regulations together as a group. And they were very grateful for our work, but our work is not done. There is more work to do. They had already highlighted during that roundtable areas of concern, angst, if you will, around maybe some loopholes that still exist. And Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, I said I'm one of five. I'm one of five. So based on our regulatory timeline, I believe September 8th will be the public hearing in person. I think many licensees, from what I'm hearing, plan on attending so they can testify in front of us. All five of us need to hear what I heard last Friday, so we can address some of these concerns around HCAs. So I look forward to that. And it was just, I'm so grateful to be able to do these roundtables. So again, thank you to Caroline's Cannabis and David O'Brien. I've been also busy on interview panels at the commission, and as we alluded to, we are short-staffed, and there is a lot of work that goes on at this commission. So I'm grateful to have been, along with Commissioner Stebbins, on the CPO interview panel. I believe Debbie Hilton Creek will be starting, I think, 42 weeks from now, and so we welcome her. And also on the DGC interview panel, I was also on that, and I am hopeful that our legal team, who has worked so incredibly hard during this process, have been incredibly short-staffed, have the resources and manpower that they deserve coming their way. So I'm advocating for legal publicly and privately. I want you to know that. And I just want to thank all of our staff, and Kate Flanagan, I want to thank, who I transitioned from Kate to Grace, and I want to thank Kate, and I want to thank Grace, who have both been tremendous. And that's it. I just want to say that I look forward to constructive dialogue and an honest and open dialogue, and we have a lot of work to do. So thank you for my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Wow. Usually I get to go last, and I just say ditto, echo, echo, echo. I wish I had a little bit longer commute like Commissioner Concepcion, so I could think through a lot of these thoughts. And Madam Chair, I appreciate your comments, and want to reflect on something that Commissioner Concepcion raised, and that really was the great work that we did at the meetings 2 weeks ago. And I think helping everybody recognize the level of work, the level of dedication by this group of commissioners, the previous group of commissioners, some of the little milestones that Commissioner Concepcion touched on that got us to where we are. It started with a strategy where we could all be speaking as one voice and not as individual commissioners, because I think that brought a level of weight to our conversations with our counterparts on Beacon Hill. I think that translated to the legislature trusting us to handle a number of issues like host community agreements, like municipal equity, like unfolding the opportunities around social consumption, all work that we continue to do. I've had the benefit of being an inaugural commissioner for a new industry, and now I'm having the benefit to work alongside all of you, and I don't just mean the four of you, but I mean our incredible team in a different industry, at a different point. And what's unique about this industry is that this industry is innovative, it's faster, it's more entrepreneurial, it is moving at a pace that as regulators, we need to keep up with. Not to say that we're just going to make every change necessary, but at the same time, it's an industry that has much more competitive pressures than gaming. When gaming came to Massachusetts, we already had states around us that were doing that. Cannabis, we were the first in the Eastern Seaboard to allow adult use. Now other states are catching up to us. That means we as regulators still need to safeguard for public health and public safety, but ensuring opportunity, Chair, as you talked about, ensuring opportunity for folks that were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs, those social equity program participants, those economic empowerment applicants who are looking for an opportunity. And it doesn't necessarily just need to be in the entrepreneurial space. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the SEP program cohort presentation. But there's a lot of work to do. We all just need to continue to focus on doing that job. I know our staff is. I'll add my shout out to Kyle and Andrew and Rebecca for their great work at the last meeting. But there's more to do. We're going to talk about some of those issues today. You know, the work continues. Appreciated everybody's comments. Also, just my usual thanks to our team for helping to prepare for this meeting. I had a great opportunity to speak at the Let's Talk Weed event in Cambridge 2 weeks ago. Thanks to the folks from our team that showed up for the free food and maybe to hear myself and the great panel. But I appreciated Megan and the comms team and SCP team for showing up on a Friday night after a long week. It was nice to see everybody. So with that, turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to minutes for approval. We need to, are you going to make a motion or?
Okay, make a motion to approve do you have the date on those minutes?
I don't. One second. All right, let's see. Okay, so I'm looking for the next item is the approval of 2 sets of minutes from May 11th and May 22nd for public meetings. And I would entertain a motion to approve May 11th, 2023 meeting minutes. Would you care to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion? Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 5 in favor, none opposed to approve the May 11th minutes. I will entertain a motion to approve the May 22nd meeting minutes.
So moved.
Please, thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 5 in favor, none opposed to approve the May 22nd meetings. Now we're going to be moving.
Madam Chair.
Oh, please.
I want to thank Avania from our legal team, who's been tremendous. It's such a joy to work with her on these minutes, and she does a phenomenal job. And it's very little for me to edit. So I just want to say that as secretary, I just wanted to throw that. A lot of work goes into these. They seem easy, but there is a lot of work to capture everything that we say over, 6, sometimes 7, 8 hours. So I just felt it necessary to acknowledge the hard work.
Thank you. I will second that motion.
Okay.
So anyway, all right, we will move on to Suko Defoe is going to be presenting on behalf of licensing today.
Good morning.
Morning, Suko.
All right, Suko, would you like to move to staff recommendation on changes of ownership?
Yes. The licensee here, these are change of ownerships. The licensee here is Kapnos and, Kecha.
Yep.
Kecha MA LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual in one entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for for Sugo regarding this change of ownership? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve this change of ownership. Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Change of ownership for Keisha. Moving on to Capnos.
The licensee here is Capnos Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 4 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this change of ownership? Seeing none. Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve that change of ownership. Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to provisional licenses. I go ahead. Sugo.
The applicant here is Cannabis Healing LLC. The proposed location is 2A-4 Neptune Road, located in Boston. They received general review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this provisional license? Hearing none, I'll ask Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve the provisional license of Cannabis Healing LLC, number MRN 283634?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo? I'm sorry. I hear you. Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And this is where I also sometimes get a little bit confused. We will take individual votes on Euphorium cultivation, product, and retail. But Suko, do you prefer to present all of this for this one business, or do you want to do this separately in terms of your presentation? I'm sorry.
I can present all 3 at the same time, and then you guys can do the individual votes
Okay,
if that's how you want to do it.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I just, and 10 months in doing this, I'm still learning. So thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. The applicant here is Euphorium LLC. This is a co-located establishment with a proposed location of 15 Main Street, located in Holyoke. They received general review and are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation, product manufacturing, and retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioners Roy and Stebbins both have conditions. Do you have conditions for all 3 of these license types? All right. So I'm going to.
Oh, I do. Actually, I'm sorry. My
So
apologies.
we're going to go through the call. And so regarding Euphorium LLC, MCN 283845 cultivation, Commissioner Roy, would you articulate your condition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll preface this because you'll see this is a consistent theme that I have with some of the conditions that I'm suggesting for our provisional licensees today. You've heard me talk about in the past diversity plans. We understand how important they are. They're a critical piece of every application that comes through our door. I've been encouraging licensees to look at the immediate area around you, look at the host community when you think about working through these diversity plans in terms of setting goals. And it's not for the purposes of being a regulator to be critical, but we want to see all of our licensees achieve a level of success. And we look at that success at renewal time. It's hoping we don't want to set our licensees up for failure. Euphorium, greatly appreciate their plan, cultivation, product manufacturing, retail going into Holyoke. But their diversity plan pretty much said, we will hire 20% women, 20% minority, 20% LGBTQ plus, 20% veteran, 20% disabled. Look, quick view off of the commission's resource that we make available, which is 2020 census statistics, shows in Holyoke that there's 0.06% of the population is veteran. So when you're setting goals, again, try to position yourself for success. So the condition I'm proposing for Euphorium and their 3 license applications for this provisional is prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101, 1C8K, and provide any updates to the CCC licensing division. Again, this is just a case of us asking them to go back. They don't need to make a change, but we're asking them to just consider updating their hiring and diversity goals prior to final application.
But can I ask you, so in terms of, I guess I'm a little bit confused. I just actually am asking, you a question in terms of the condition. So, is it not a good thing that they're trying to hire 20% veterans, maybe from surrounding communities, or I'm trying to figure out what you're.
It's obviously.
Because I think it's important to clarify.
It is.
When we have these standards, and it's a little, I think, confusing for licensees, and they have that goal, and they don't all have to come from Holyoke. So what do?
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to be,
No. And again, sometimes this is just more information that we might need to see in their diversity plan. But when I read that and I see 2020, obviously realizing they may have some success in other categories. I'm just asking them so that a year from now, they don't come back and say, gee, didn't hit this target, didn't hit this target, didn't hit this target. And don't want to ding them at that renewal because they missed their goals. And we actually encourage them to pivot if they don't hit their goals. But before they get to that point, just relook at the numbers. If you want to offer us any updates, you can. And maybe they have some secret sauce or some secret approach or strategy that they'll be able to hit that. But help us understand that and reflect upon that with us.
Thank you. I just want to make one more comment, and I agree with you. And this is one of the comments that I've made before, is that we look at these positive impact plans, but sometimes on their face, we know that they're probably doomed to fail. And so, I think we as a commission setting policy, we may need to look at what we're looking at in some of these positive impact plans to make sure that they're achievable, to make sure they have impact. So I think it's a longer discussion, but I thank you for the condition. Commissioner Roy, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want to thank Commissioner Stebbins in providing the context around that. And I agree with him wholeheartedly that we want to set folks up to succeed, not fail. And sometimes they set a bar that's unrealistic. And I think that you're just trying to identify that. For example, one of the renewals in Palmer, if you read had a lofty goal of hiring from targeted DIAs and from Springfield and Worcester, and could only hire 1. So we want to make sure that these are realistic goals, that they're achievable goals. So I want to thank you for highlighting that. Commissioner Stebbins, you always do a great job around that.
Sorry, Suko.
Sorry, Suko.
She's just ready to go. Anyway, she's already done her job for Euphorium. Okay, so Commissioner Camargo, I will entertain a motion to approve Euphorium LLC MCN 283845 cultivation tier 1, subject to the conditions as enunciated. Will you make a motion? Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo. Aye. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed to Euphorium cultivation provisional license. Moving on to Euphorium LLC, MPN 2263, product manufacturing. And again, Commissioners Roy and Stebbins have conditions. Commissioner Roy.
Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Stebbins.
Prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K and provide any updates to CCC licensing division.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Subject to those conditions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Euphorium LLC MPN 282263.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed, for Euphorium LLC product manufacturing. And finally, moving on to Euphorium LLC MRN 284560, retail. Commissioner Roy?
Prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101, 1C8K, and provide any updates to CCC licensing division.
Thank you. Subject to those conditions, Commissioner Camargo, will you make a motion to approve the retail license of Euphorium LLC MRN 284560?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that motion? Second. Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed, Euphorium LLC retail. And now, moving on to FFD Enterprises, MRN 284920. Sucro?
The applicant here is FFD Enterprises MA Incorporated, doing business as Fine Fettle. The proposed location is 175 Memorial Avenue, located in West Springfield. The applicant received general review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins has a condition?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, similar or perhaps along the same theme as what I talked about with Euphorium. FFD Enterprises diversity plan actually looks very similar to another one I'll talk about when we get to their provisional license application. But the proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, consider, review, and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region, and not only based on overall state statistics in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101, 1C8K, and provide any update to the CCC licensing division.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve FFD Enterprises number MRN 284920, subject to the commissions as articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo? Aye. Commissioner Concepcion? Aye. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. It is approved. Now moving on to Fitzcanna number MPN 282212, product manufacturer.
The applicant here is Fitzcanna Incorporated. This is a co-located establishment with a proposed location of 75 Green Street, Suite 5, located in Clinton. They received expedited review as a woman-owned business and are seeking a product manufacturing and marijuana transporter with other existing ME license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition for Fitzcanna?
I do, Madam Chair, before I read my condition, I do, in the spirit of transparency, I want to talk about this licensee a little bit, that I originally worked with, very close with Attorney Carter, and I had filed a disclosure, and at that point thought I would have to recuse myself from voting on Fitzcanna, but the circumstances dramatically changed around this license. The circumstances are no longer applicable. therefore the disclosure is moot, and we did contact my appointing authority to let them know. So I just, in the spirit of full disclosure. So having said that, my condition is prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. Subject to that condition, Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve the provisional license of Fitzcannon number MPN 282212?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed to approve the product manufacturer license for Fitzcannon. So Sugo will take, this is Fitzcannon number MXN 281413, transporter with other ME license. Have you already covered this, Sugo, or do you want to deal with this separately?
I already presented it.
Okay, fine. Okay, so that was included. All right, and there are no conditions. I'll entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Fitzcannon number MXN 281413. Commissioner Camargo, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to Free Market Mass LLC MCN 283866.
The applicant here is Free Market MA LLC. The proposed location is 118 Bayview Avenue, located in Berkeley. They received expedited review due to their license type and are seeking a Tier 2 outdoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say I'm always glad to see another outdoor farmer and outdoor cultivation that we approve. So having said that, prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for outdoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014.
Of course, I'm sure that this is probably the only outdoor licensee that's happy that they don't have commence operation, because they probably would have been wiped out by it. Anyway,
Tornadoes.
I know, thanks for that condition. Anyway, with that condition, Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve the provisional license of Free Market Mass number MCN 283866?
So moved.
Will you second that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to Hoop City Ventures LLC, MR 284806. Sugo.
The applicant here is Hoop City Ventures LLC, doing business as Dazed. The proposed location is 399 Boston Road West, located in Monson. They received general review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
I do. Prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. You also have a condition?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And again, this was reading through the diversity plan. There was a lot of similar language that was used in another applicant's, which I'm not really a big fan of, but my proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region, and not only based on overall 2010 state statistics in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K, and provide any update to the CCC licensing division.
Great, thank you. So subject to those conditions, Commissioner Concepcion, will you move to approve the provisional license of Hoop City Ventures number MRN 284806?
So moved.
Will you second that, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving to Mass Tree Holdings LLC, MPN 282265.
The applicant here is Mastery Holdings LLC. The proposed location is 79-81 Main Street, located in Rutland. The applicant received general review and are seeking a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. No conditions, additional conditions. Commissioner Camargo, will you move to accept this recommendation for Mastery Holdings, MPN 282265? Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to En Route LLC, there are two, one a marijuana courier and the other delivery operators. So both of you could explain these to us. Thank you.
The applicant here is En Route LLC. This is a co-located establishment with a proposed location of 82 Anderson Avenue, located in Lynn. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant and are seeking a marijuana courier and marijuana delivery operator license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. We'll take up the marijuana courier first. There are no additional conditions. Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve the provisional license of En Route LLC, DOA 100179?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to En Route MDA 1301 marijuana delivery operator. Commissioner Concepcion, will you move to approve this provisional license?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Moving on to Stones Throw Cannabis, MRN 284843.
The applicant here is Stones Throw Cannabis, doing business as Firebrand Cannabis. The proposed location is 727 Atlantic Avenue, floors 1-2, located in Boston. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant, and they are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioners Roy and Stebbins, you both have conditions.
Prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And this is a EE applicant, so it's exciting to see them starting to move through the provisional license phase. My condition is, again, prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K, and provide any updates to CCC licensing division.
Okay, thank you. Subject to those conditions, Commissioner Camargo, will you move to approve the provisional license of Stones Throw Cannabis, MRN 284843?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair abstains, 4 in favor, 1 abstention. And moving on to final licenses. Okay, so we have here. So moving on to final licenses, I will, I don't know if there are any questions or comments on any of these. It doesn't appear that there are any other recusals or abstentions or conditions. Staff recommendations on final licenses number 1 through 11. Commissioner Camargo, will you move to accept the recommendation on final licenses for 1 through 11?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call to roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All are approved. Moving on to staff recommendations on renewal licenses. Seeing no additional questions or comments, I will seek a motion to approve the renewal licenses on numbers 1 through 12 in this subsection 7. Can I entertain a motion, Commissioner Concepcion, to approve these renewal licenses 1 through 12?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, hearing no comments or questions, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Commissioner Camargo is recusing herself from numbers 13 through 16, Commonwealth Alternative Care, and she has left the room. Commissioner Camargo, I will entertain a motion to approve numbers 13 through 16, license renewal for Commonwealth Alternative Care.
Commissioner Camargo, step
Oh,
up.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, the C word. Anyway, Commissioner Concepcion, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Yes, Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4 in favor, 1 recusal. Commissioner Camargo, you can come back in. Okay, and so the next tranche is 17 through 41. I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Camargo, to approve of the license renewals of 17 through 41 on our list. Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know if that's a condition or a question on 42, Madiri,
It's a condition, proposed condition.
please.
Sure. Proposed condition, I'll give an explanation after. Proposed condition is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal. Contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to clarify goals and operating policies and procedures. 2023 diversity plans versus 2023 renewal final diversity plan. In accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B and 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. Madiri, in to their collective efforts in their renewal, it talked about hitting a goal of 28% their employee base being women, 10% in their employee base being veterans. However, in their operating policy procedures, they talked about establishing goals for 5% in each of our targeted categories across the board. I think for me, there's just a little bit of confusion as to which goals or which diversity plan we're supposed to be following. So if they can follow up with our licensing team and help clarify that, that'd be helpful.
Thank you. So subject to that condition, I will entertain a motion for the approval of the renewal of Madiri MCR 140510. Will you make that motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Will you second that, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take the call roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. I think that it's appropriate at some point in time for us to take a look at, I think we need to maybe think about at some point in time, looking at the positive impact plans, how we moving forward work with earlier stage licensees to make sure they understand it. Because I think that a lot of them, and again, I don't like creativity, but I want to make sure that that the licensees are meeting the mission that we as a commission are setting for them, but that we're very clear, because I do think that sometimes they're not quite sure what they should be doing and they see that something else got approved. So, I think it's a longer conversation, but Commissioner Stebbins, I recognize you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think what's in the time that we've been here, I know Commissioner Camargo and I and a team worked on updating the diversity plan guidance, which really speaks to, I think, what the commission sets for its expectations. Again, to your point, Chair, about driving some direction for our license applicants. We also included a number of tools I think when it comes to diversity plans, we're seeing good, strong diversity plans. We encourage them to focus on vendor diversity. They're focusing on that. I think at some point we should work with the staff to maybe think about redrafting or looking at our positive impact plan
Yes,
guidance. And making sure that's still considered. That should be a roadmap for something like
that.
I follow this and I'm going to be successful. So
I would like that to maybe be a working group that we put together. And this is also something, I'll get to it later, but I'd like us to sort of understand, because I think there is work that's happening. And I will tell you as chair, who statutorily is supposed to be kind of dividing, the work among, individual commissioners. I sometimes don't know what other people are doing because I haven't been informed. And so I think that it's an opportunity for us to kind of come together, see what people have been working on for some time, and also make a determination going forward. What are the priorities that we want to see make happen?
Madam
So,
Chair, do you mind giving
please.
us any examples of that?
I'm sorry.
You said that there are working groups that you don't know the work is happening.
I mean, again, I was unaware that there was a working group on 2-driver rule. I was unaware of that. I know,
I think I mentioned that multiple times in public conversation.
But again,
during our public meetings.
again, this is not a critique or criticism, but it's
Those
just,
comments are made publicly for that purpose. So I know I intentionally
Yeah.
speak about who's working on what with me. So that was something that I did
Again,
multiple
I
times.
was aware that you held meetings and I was well aware that you convened, but nothing was ever conveyed to me that there's an actual working group. I did not know that. So that's what I think. One of the things I'd like us to do is to sort of make sure that I would like
guess I know you can see my confusion. Is there confusion that there was work being done on that? There's confusion on, I guess I'm trying to get to what exactly were you not aware of?
What I would like to understand as chair is what are all the working groups? Because the statute calls for the chair to be directing and dividing the work among the commissioners. And so I think that statutorily it's appropriate that if a working group is established, that this comes through the statutorily prescribed. Again, I'll recognize you in a moment. But when I hear that people are working, are talking, are meeting, are convening, it has sometimes not been communicated to me that there's an official quote working group. And this was a conversation that I've had with the director about the staff should not be directing our work. We should be dividing the work among the commissioners. And as the chair, my statutory responsibility is to direct that work and to direct the resources. So it's not a criticism. And if I didn't understand,
No,
But
I'm
just
just
saying,
saying
there was-
confusion about what happened. So I'll wait.
it's not a happening or not happening. What I'm trying to just clarify. And I think that this is where sometimes the friction happens.
But there was not.
I'll recognize you in a moment.
Sure.
But I'm just saying that it's where the friction happens. It's not what work has or has not been done.
Mhm.
It's that in terms of establishing a formal working group, I have not been brought into
Is
the.
there a formal working group? I'm sorry, what is?
So I think, I will, hold on.
But I'll wait
No, but
until
this is,
I'll
yeah,
respond.
but this is also, so again,
I think there's some misconfusion.
then I would like to establish a working group on 2-driver rule, and I'd like to have that conversation when we get to this later.
But I
Okay,
think
but
that
you're
you
recognized.
made a statement about not being familiar about the work that's happening with your fellow commissioners. So I have the floor now, so I'll just respond to you in that sense.
Mhm.
Commissioner Camargo and I have been working on the 2-driver rule. Prior to that, Chairman Hoffman and I worked on the 2-driver rule. We discussed a convening that was done with Commissioner Camargo, myself, and licensees.
Mhm.
There were not staff resources affiliated with that convening or that conversation. Your role as chair is not to dictate what I do as a commissioner. And so that did not fall into any of the authority that you have or the resources or the staffing. So I just wanted to be really clear about that. You were aware, as were the rest of the entire commission, because I mentioned it on multiple occasions. Not only, I think, I'm trying to remember the month, I think it was June, May. Before that, it was with Chair Hoffman. This is not news. There's been press about it. There's been publications about it. So to say that you are unaware about the work that's been done in this area, I have to beg to differ. The other thing, so beyond the 2 driver rule, was there anything else that you were not aware that I was working on or that we were working on?
It's, again,
Because I know I make a point.
if I can respond, I'll recognize you.
Please.
It's not that I'm not recognizing work that's being done. I know that people are going out, they're working, they're talking. But I was given the impression that when I put the 2 driver rule to have a conversation about it today, that I needed to inform the group that was working on it. Okay, and so again, I am truly trying to make sure I understand that I would like to officially appoint a working group in terms of regulations for 2 driver rule. I would like to do that sooner rather than later. I think that in February, that's when we sort of officially convened after Chapter 180 was passed in August. We were not, I mean, I think you probably well know, we were waiting and waiting and waiting to set up an organizational meeting on how we were going to actually make this stuff happen. So all I would like to say, it's not that I'm questioning the work that's being done. I've never said that. What I'm saying is,
You said that you
if I
lacked
please,
awareness, that you didn't know we were working on that.
I, again, work and working group, I think that that's where you're getting confused. And what I just said is, if indeed there's a working group, I was unaware that there was a
But
working
you are
group.
aware that there are 2 commissioners who have been working on that.
I have been working on this as well. So I
I
have,
have a
I look
question.
forward to hearing more about that. And I think our council here,
okay,
Amy Carter.
I have a
please, I haven't, again, I'll,
I think
I just wanted to make a note so that we know
I'll-
that he's been raising his hand as well.
okay, I'll recognize Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. So I'm sensitive to this because remember I had that working group around the driving schools, right? And there were a lot of questions about external working groups versus internal. So I'm very sensitive to that. So I think sometimes there's confusion around the process. So is there a charter? Did you guys do a charter that we all can read? Is there a charter done, project charter done around this?
I'll just, please, excuse me, I'll recognize Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. I'll just use our Robert Rules of Order right now for point of clarification. I know that this is on
Your
the,
plan.
yeah. The clarification is that I know that this is on the agenda. We can speak about it, I think, a little later because we're not even done with the renewals, I believe.
Okay, so it's fine. I mean, again, I made a comment trying to. Oh,
No, I get it.
again, all right, taking back the floor.
I want to finish my
Taking
point
back
too.
the floor, Commissioner Roy.
So I guess what I'm saying is it's confusion around the process. So maybe we need to have a conversation around the process, right? Because is there like in the intranet, is there a project charter that you guys developed around your working group that we can all look at? So I think there's confusion around the process of working groups.
I think my confusion lies
Thank you,
around-
Commissioner Roy. I'm gonna ask Attorney Carter if he had his hand
Thank you,
raised.
Attorney Carter.
Yes, I think it might be best to stick with the agenda meeting as it's construed and perhaps move on.
Thank you again.
Lay it on the
I
table. Lay
appreciate,
it on the
yeah,
table.
I appreciate that. Again, trying to be responsive, trying to let everyone speak and, you know, maybe I
This is
should.
what happens when there's an agenda that's set without talking to any of the other commissioners about what's on the agenda and not gathering that information beforehand. But I'll give you the floor.
And again, I appreciate that comment, and that's specifically what I'm saying, is that I need to do a better job of gathering information regarding the individual work that's being done so that we know who's doing what and,
Agreed.
okay, so thank you. All right, moving on numbers 43 through 76. Commissioner Concepcion, I'll entertain a motion to approve the renewals of numbers 43 through 76.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
I'd like to make a comment
Oh.
about one of them, if
Oh,
possible.
please, go
I
ahead.
can do it after the.
Yeah, make a comment after. Let's just get through unless it's something, it's like not a condition, correct?
It's not a condition,
Okay,
so
right. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Numbers 43 through 76. 5 in favor, none opposed. Okay, you want it, Commissioner?
Yes, for number 60 South Coast Apothecary, in going through their renewal, former Sheriff Andrea Cabral is part of this entity, and I just want to commend them for their work with formerly incarcerated individuals. They work closely with a nonprofit to build awareness and support with this national organization dedicated to using intervention, advocacy, and awareness campaigns to secure clemency and record expungement for those incarcerated for cannabis-related drug offenses and to redress past and continuing consequences of those conditions. And to date, they've donated a substantial sum. And I know that, and I'm coming from the sheriff's office, I appreciate what the sheriffs do. And she's a former sheriff, and I appreciate the work with this population of formerly incarcerated individuals. So that just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you so much. And moving on to staff recommendations on responsible vendor training, delivery core curriculum. Suko, do you have any comments that you need to make at this time? We do this as a tranche, right? On group, or do we go through these individually?
I think they normally do them individually.
Fine. All right. Thank you. All right. One, ACTA LLC, number DCCN 462218.
The applicant here is ACTA LLC. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you so much. If there aren't any questions or comments, I'll ask for a motion to accept the responsible vendor training, ACTA LLC, DCCN 462218. Commissioner Roy.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any questions and comments? Hearing none, take a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Bartuca Consulting, DCCN 462220.
The applicant here is Bartuca Consulting LLC. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing in-person and virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I don't think there are any questions or comments. Commissioner Concepcion, I'll entertain a motion to approve Bartuca Consulting, DCCN 462220.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Cannabis trainers.
The applicant here is Cannabis Trainers. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing in-person and virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you so much. And I will entertain a motion to approve Cannabis Trainers, DCCN 462217. Commissioner Camargo, will you move that? Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to Ellen Brown.
The applicant here is Ellen Brown, doing business as Green Path Training. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing in-person and virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve the responsible vendor training for Ellen Brown, DCCN 462213?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to grass ceiling.
The applicant here is Grass Ceiling LLC. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff recommend commission approval. Subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Talking this much is not fun, is it? So, thank you. Hearing no questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve grass ceiling, DCCN 462225. Commissioner Roy, will you move in favor of that recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Green culture ED or cultured, I don't know, it's kind of a plan words. You figure it out. Zuko.
The applicant here is Green Culture ED. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend commission approval, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions or additional comments, I'll ask Commissioner Camargo to move in favor of Green Culture DCCN 462233.
So
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to Christy Taligan.
The applicant here is Christy Taligan. She is seeking a 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing in-person and virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend commission approval, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. I will ask Commissioner Roy to move to accept the recommendation for the vendor training program for Christy Taligan, DCCN 462216.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Again, staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewals. Suko?
The applicant here is Mary Bueller. She is seeking to be renewed as a certified responsible vendor trainer for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They currently offer virtual trainings since their original certificate date. They have provided instruction for zero marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend commission approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve the renewal for Mary Buller, RVR 45314?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take the call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to our final recommendation on vendor training renewals, Willow Street Legal.
The applicant here is Willow Street Legal LLC. They are seeking to be renewed as a certified responsible vendor trainer for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They currently offer virtual trainings. Since their original certificate date, they have provided instruction for 145 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend commission approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Suko. If there are no further questions or comments, Commissioner Camargo, will you move to accept the recommendation on Willow Street Legal, RDR 453135? Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Anyway, chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. So before Commissioner Camargo tries to kick me,
You already know.
I've already taken a consensus on the bio break. So
I'm gonna move
I
to
will-
recess.
entertain a motion. Why don't we come back at quarter of, is that enough time? Okay, so that's been moved. Will you second that, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Moved and seconded to call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. We will be back at 11:45.
Thank you, Chair.
team here to make a presentation, and apparently that's not happening today. I don't know if anybody has any questions for the social equity team. One question that I had is I had a meeting with a group a couple of weeks ago that provides cannabis, creates a job board for cannabis persons looking to work within the cannabis industry in Massachusetts. And it's my understanding that we have we've done an RFP. We're about to be signing a contract, or we've signed a contract for a group to provide services where people can more easily find jobs within the cannabis industry or connect with ancillary businesses. I don't know who. I mean, again, I've been speaking to some people from New York where their cannabis commission works closely with the labor department. One of the concerns that I have is making sure that if we are going to be pivoting a little bit more towards ancillary services, I would like to understand how are we not only training people, but how are we then providing those opportunities for licensees to either hire persons to work within the cannabis industry, but more importantly, how do we create a central database where licensees can easily fill their positive impact plans by employing social equity businesses to work within those licensed operations. I literally don't know who I should be. Okay, Cedric is out. Okay, all right, go ahead, Cedric.
Hello, Chair O'Brien and Commissioners. Thank you for the question. I wouldn't describe it as a pivot towards ancillary businesses. The Cannabis Control Commission's commitment to equity has always included support and enrollment into our programming that allows for pathways into entrepreneurship opportunities, workforce development opportunities, ancillary opportunities. And so this is just continued work. The procurement you're referring to is the Premier Virtual, and we have executed the contract. We're now working with the leads from Premier Virtual to develop an online platform that allows for workforce opportunities, contracting opportunities, mentorship opportunities with the cannabis industry. This was something first envisioned by our inaugural Director of Community Outreach. And since then, our current Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach has really continued to shepherd this project and evolve it in certain ways. And it's really designed as a online portal that allows for these interactions, allows for these relationships to form in a manner that the commission can help spur, support, monitor for predatory behavior. And so we are moving into the build out phase. I don't have details on the launch time, but we certainly hope and anticipate to launch it this fiscal year. And I think that's a good place to pause and see if you have further questions.
When you say this fiscal year, you mean in 2023, 24?
So the current fiscal year we're in, the fiscal year of 2024, the calendar year of 2023 and 2024.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Please, yeah, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, Cedric, so thank you for that update. I think, I mean, it sort of coincides, Madam Chair, with what you're talking about. And I know in the beginning, Commissioner Stebbins had also worked with you all in terms of a state platform, but it sounds like we went somewhere else. But when this is done, and I think you just talked about it a little bit, but so everyone who's part of the social equity program will have access to this portal to be able to connect and, because I think you've known this, I've told you this before, and to your team, every time we go out, there's so many folks that already have businesses who want to connect and mentor and, like I tell people, put it as part of your positive impact plan, right? Find someone who wants to be an ancillary or an entrepreneur or, just an agent, or not just an agent, but an agent, and mentor them, right? But so what is this? Tell me a little bit more in terms of how it's going to function, because it's exciting.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. To take one step back, Commissioner Stebbins has been working with the team, and this is the same portal, same organization. This portal supports Massachusetts, another agency in Massachusetts, in their job fair resourcing, job resource endeavors, and they've been a great great partner for that particular agency. And so it was through that relationship, Commissioner Stebbins was introduced, and then further introduced myself and the Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach, Celia Williams. And so we picked up those conversations and continued them. So it's the same organization, same platform. In terms of how it will work, there's still some development to be done. There's still some imagination to be infused in it. And that's something we're certainly going to work with commissioners to really make sure it's reflective of the agency's preferences. But at the highest level, it's an online platform that allows for instance, Mass Hire uses it to do statewide job fairs. And so the platform will allow all of our licensees to have their own job fair space that is continuously run 24 hours a day, full year, around the year. They will have space within our license, and we can monitor the activity. We can understand what jobs they're posting. We can understand the success rate of our equity participants when they're applying for these jobs. And so oftentimes I hear people saying, licensees mentioning that they are unable to find equity participants to meet their positive impact plan and diversity hiring goals. It will be a platform that makes those direct connections and allows us to see the effort our licensees are making and understand if there is more we can do to drive and connect these partnerships. And it's just not workforce development, it's ancillary services. So if we have equity participants who, for instance, have a cleaning company or a marketing company, they can make their contract services available in this platform so that our licensees can identify, contract with them. But it's more than that. It's more than just workforce development. It's more than ancillary services. It's mentorship and relationships. One of the key pieces we've heard in feedback from our equity programming is that those relationships they form that really are impactful as people move through this industry. It allows them to have access to people who have made it further in the process, and they often trade perspective, they trade contacts, they trade relationships. This forum will allow this kind of relationship building to happen in a space that the commission can keep an eye and just, again, monitor for predatory behavior, remove vendors or remove participants who are not acting in a way that meets our standards. And so there's really a wide realm of possibilities with this platform, and we'll develop it with staff, with commissioners, with equity participants to understand what is the most beneficial and impactful ways to drive these connections.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Cedric. That's so exciting to hear this. And very timely, because we have a major MSO that's winding down operations in Massachusetts. There's going to be 100+ workers displaced in the cannabis industry. So just a couple of questions. I know you said there still needs to be some imagination and some more details around it, but if you have an expected timeline, and also, is it going to be open to all registered agents or just SEP? And, will the commissioners receive like a tutorial or training on how the platform works? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't necessarily go in the same order that you posed the questions,
Yeah.
so let me know if I forget to respond to any. But yes, commissioners will receive training, will receive access. If they would like to participate in the forum, we can make that accessible to commissioners. Also, we will provide training and support for our licensees who develop space within the portal. That is part of our contract with Premier Virtual. There are some decisions to be made. We haven't made a firm decision today because we do have the ability to set the platform up so there can be different levels of access and resources for different identified groups. So it's something I could imagine where we have a space for equity participants, and they have the highest level of priority access within the system. And there's certain things that they can access that others cannot. But then we may want to say, allow others in the industry who can benefit from this, or others who want to participate in the industry and are reflective of our equity mission, to also have access. And perhaps they have they have a delayed access to the jobs available, or they only receive a portion of the resources, where we're directing first access and higher level opportunities for our equity participants.
Mhm.
Are there any other questions?
I just want to make a comment because I wasn't finished earlier, but I just want to say, I know we don't do this work for credit. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here because we don't get a lot of credit for for stuff. But Commissioner Stebbins, thank you, because I know that, I think like you, Madam Chair, I've been approached by a lot of companies that do similar platforms. And I know that this has probably, and Commissioner Stebbins, you may want to talk a little bit about it, but I know you've been working on this with them for over probably a year and a half, I want to say, maybe a year. But I just want to say thank you, because I think that in the last 2.5 years, what I've heard is, how do I connect? I connect to my cohort. I'm in the mix, I go to events, but how do I continue to, go from an agent to a manager, or a manager to an entrepreneur, right? This stuff takes time, and it needs, people need the skills and the training, and especially for the ancillary services is something that you and I have been talking about since we got here. So I'm excited about it, but I just want to, thank you for putting it in play, especially with the state platform.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I appreciate that, and Cedric, appreciate, the update from you. This came about because our counterparts at Mass Department of Employment and Training, we've been talking to them, right? There are people looking for opportunities, and the traditional career center that the state operates is all federally funded. So they're like, we really can't touch you because, again, of the federal prohibition. And they came to us and said, hey, we're going down this road. This is state funded. We'd like to offer you a license to be able to access the Premier platform. I made the handoff to Director Williams and to Cedric, and it just worked out that it was better for us to go out and get our own license. We had actually an open RFP at the time, because that way, I think to Cedric's point, we could control the license. If for some reason the state decided we're done with it, we would have been hooked to that. But this gives us a little bit more control. So I want to recognize, our state colleagues over at DET who really approached us with this, knowing that we were trying to, Commissioner Camargo, to your point, we were trying to help the industry. We were trying to help people connect to the jobs that were available. And we were just bumping up against clunkiness. So this is a great solution, and I'm looking forward to when it's activated and when it's rolled out.
And I appreciate the work that you're being done. And again, this is the stuff that I'm still getting up to speed and understanding the work that's ongoing. And this is something that folks have come to me and talked to me about this. And I think this is a good idea, yet I have no idea that this is in the works. And I don't know if everybody knew that this was in the works. So again, this is part of what I would like to do, is making sure that we know the work that's being done, that we, are kept up to speed, because I'm sure that you get calls on this. I get calls on this, yet I have no idea that this is happening. So I was thrilled to hear about this, and I congratulate you for the work on this. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. I just wanted, this is my ditto moment. I wanted to thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for all of your hard work. I think that sometimes it's hard for anyone in the public to know the amount of work that goes into a lot of the things here and what's happening behind the scenes. And I want to thank you, because this is something that is important, will help a lot of people. I also want to commend you for your Let's Talk Weed event, your monthly Cannabis Week event. Commissioner Stebbins has been on a roll, and your advocacy around the tax changes too, that we don't talk about enough. That's helped people across the board in this industry. So I just want to tip my hat out to you. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
And thank you, Cedric. That's great news. I just was hoping and wondering, are you going to go through those slides with us? Because if we could breeze through these slides, I do have questions. So if not today, maybe next meeting, we could do that.
The slides? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the slides that were sent by you and to put on our board book.
Oh, those weren't considered, those weren't intended as slides. It was a tab as a part of the memo. So for the full update on social equity program cohort 4, the team and I developed a memo outlining the campaign and its components. And one of the components was our targeting approach, which had been, commissioners were briefed on that targeting approach back in December or January, I believe. So it was just the additional tab of information as a reminder to that previous briefing.
So could we look at one of the tabs?
I don't know if it's
Betsy, bring it up, the map.
You know what?
I don't know if we need the map on the screen for the question. I'm likely to be able to respond.
Oh, I kind of want to look at the
You know,
map.
I think that it's just, yeah, no, I know, it's just kind of hard when he's not in the room and we're trying to sort of, I had thought that we were going to get a presentation and then we got a memo, which I think is a great memo and I've learned a lot from the memo, but.
Oh, so, okay, I'm getting notified, Betsy. So can we just, maybe talk about this next meeting, like the tab, some of the, I don't want to just do it ad hoc today. So
What's the question, Commissioner?
it's just around the map, but you need the visual, and I'd like us all to see the visual and the public to see the visual. So I'll just I'll reserve it, and maybe I can sponsor it on next month's
All right.
agenda. So I don't want to hold us up.
Yeah, okay, I think we can move along. Any other questions on this? Hearing none, we can move on to micro business license type discussion. Commissioner Stebbins, will you lead this conversation or how would you like to? You had requested that this be on the agenda, or will this be
Sure.
Attorney Carter? How do you want to do this?
I'm happy to kick it off, but I will turn to the legal expert if I get into trouble. Chair, first of all, thank you for organizing the second meeting we had this past June to raise topics for regulatory change. I felt it was a great discussion among the 5 of us, great chance within our open meeting law constraints to discuss some topics. Hopefully many of those topics we can continue to vet even further. First of all, let me say I'm mindful that we have kicked off an important regulatory process for the required regulations we must have established by November. In raising this topic, I'm not asking us to add on anything onto those current regulatory change package that's moving through the necessary steps, understanding that that would just prevent us from hitting that deadline. At that meeting, and I think all of us know, the micro business license was originally set up for Massachusetts residents to get a foothold into this new marketplace. It is limited to size and capabilities. And most importantly, a micro business that does find success is stymied because they would have to surrender their license under the current regs to pursue another license. So effectively, the regs cut off their revenue stream when they have an opportunity to grow. Changing the regulatory language would allow them to grow, treat them on par with other licensees, as well as address the regulations we already have around cap on licenses. I know in the board book, the team, Director Potvin, CIE, Yao Gibi, I know some input from our legal team. Appreciate the work of the team to put that memo together and really address the issue from all angles. The memo, I think, also strongly showed where the language changes need to be. I mean, it's almost a red line version that memo presented. It was a great description of the red line changes we would have to make. And I know I don't know if Chief or Kyle are online and want to make any comments, but I guess my interest in raising the topic today was, one, kind of continue that discussion that you organized for us back in June, and see if there is some agreement by commissioners that we could invite staff to work with us to look at that regulatory language and prepare it to go through a regulatory process. Again, after this current one is done, because that one is critical, but just as we think of teeing up other issues, I wanted to put this one back on, just not to let the conversation die from our June meeting, but also because I think our team has done an incredible amount of work to really identify what those simple language changes might be and how we could enact those changes to the micro business license type in a next regulatory round. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I think that, I mean, this is, I think, the conversation that we had and why I, raised it at the meeting, I think in May or April, I forget, or June, I can't remember. But anyway, because it's taken us so long to complete some of the work that we've had, and again, this is had a lot of work. We tried to create a very collaborative, open process to draft our regs. And I applaud that. And frankly, I've loved having an opportunity to get to know a number of the staff people who were part of the social equity group that Commissioner Concepcion and I worked on. But one of the things that we did in that particular working group is that we began taking feedback and talking to people. And so what I would like to see we can do, we don't want to put an added burden on the attorney, Andrew Carter. Again, I remember when I said, can we do that next month? And I really saw his hair go even further up, in the back of the room. But I would like to see what we can do as commissioners to do the legwork, to begin some of that policy stuff, because the writing is the stuff that the attorneys are going to do. With all due respect to Commissioner Concepcion, who is an excellent drafter, and she's been very hands-on on that. But what I would like us to do, and I'd like to talk to all my fellow commissioners, is we should be organizing working groups on this next set of regulations. I believe that we can start talking and meeting. You've obviously already been talking and meeting, on one particular issue. And again, I think it would be proper to formalize that so that we can, move more quickly. What I fear is that, we started in February. This stuff isn't going to get done till November. So if we don't start till November on some of this regulatory writing, I don't want to have to wait until next October. So this is really, and again, it's not to question who's doing what or anything like that. It's really, how do we as a commission take back the responsibility to say, this is what we want to get done. We want this on a timetable. We want to minimize the stress on the understaffed legal team. We're hoping to get a number of new attorneys. And frankly, one of the things that I think we should do, and having had a conversation with the COO yesterday about our budget challenges that are coming up, but I do believe that we should be investing in a standing regulatory writing group so that we don't just open up the regs, but they're constantly in reformation as we see problems that we need to address. So again, I sort of make that statement.
Sure.
I'd like to, Commissioner Camargo, if you'd like to comment.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no,
Chairwoman, thank you for those comments. I think, yes, I agree with you. And I think maybe in the section of new business today, maybe you can talk a little bit about that and you can hear from us on the maybe new business section. I'm only saying that so that we can kind of stay focused. But I do have some questions for the micro business group or,
Please.
And we gotta, I think this is the problem too, Madam Chair, is that we have been heavily using working group, but there's some things that don't need a working group, but the two commissioners work on it and work with the team and work with the staff. I think this is a perfect example is the micro business.
Yeah.
The micro business is not a working group. Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy have been talking about it. They've been visiting, touring, speaking with folks about this and said to staff, hey, help us sort of rewrite this, right? So I think that's very similar to what Commissioner Concepcion and I have been doing, and also being mindful of the burden on staff and our legal team. But Commissioner Stebbins, just at a really quick high level, these are some quick questions that I kind of had in the beginning was sort of like, how many micro businesses do we have commenced operations? How many are social equity or economic empowerment? How many have delivery endorsement? Those are my first questions.
Yeah.
And I mean, the memo's great. I appreciate, and I think that you all did the right thing, right? You rewrote it and brought it up here and we're having a discussion. So those are some of my questions. And I don't know if again, the memo has the details, but I don't know if you're all going to get into sort of like the why, right? In terms of, I know the why, but I think it's helpful for the public and even for other commissioners who may not understand the why or why we're doing this now, because like micro business, we got to do the same thing with the 2-driver rule, and not even the 2-driver rule, the delivery, the same thing with economic empowerment, right? And social equity in terms of like, strategies for them to sort of move on. Third-party transporters, right? They're having similar situations. I mean, Madam Chair, I think I heard you on either a podcast or something, but you talked about how do we help these we have so much compliance and it's stringent rules. How do we now sort of pull back a little bit? And we understand why we had those stringent rules in the beginning, but now how do we look at? So we almost have to do sort of like an analysis of all these licenses, right, and how they're working. But that being said, this one it's up to date, and I just want to hear a little bit more from you all in terms of sort of the why and what you've heard during those conversations, because the memo says commission staff have heard from micro businesses, right? So, and I know that includes all of us, not just staff. So I'll just.
Yeah, no, I think I have
The
some,
why and then the how.
sure. I think, and I believe this information is up to date. We have 11 micro businesses that have commenced operations. We have 23 that have been in that provisionally approved phase. And again, it's, to your point, Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy and I have heard this because we've been in forums together. I know each of us has also had the opportunity to directly hear from micro business licensees. The benefit of the regulatory work of what I'm hoping that as we continue to look at potential regulatory changes, is also getting the feedback from our team that deals with these regs and interact with these licensees on a daily basis. And this is a challenge. I'm a micro business. I'm successful. I can't expand. And if I want to potentially move from 5,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet of cultivation, I essentially have to suspend or return my license. Now, all of a sudden, we're cutting off their cash flow and we in inventory. And we know with our SCP applicants that the access to capital is a crucial issue for them. I think it's a crucial issue for our micro business licensees if they want to expand, that essentially we're cutting off their revenue stream. You also had I think we have one SCP micro business licensee who has a delivery endorsement. I think that's freshly baked. I think they're the only one.
Okay.
But it's also
The only
hopefully
SCP, I'm sorry, the only SCP? I think there's 2 SCP, no? Bailey's Bud?
that's the one I know that has the
Oh,
delivery.
the endorsement. Okay,
And the
okay.
delivery endorsement is the only available to an SCP micro business. So again, what was great about this is we heard about this issue. And again, I know all of us have heard about this issue, is that our team was focused on it and they were hearing it from their interactions with licensees, which is why, in the memo, Director Potvin, Chief GB, our legal team have already looked at what that kind of regulatory line item verbiage changes need to be. And I think that's pretty well incorporated in the packet. Now, there's an interesting twist, I think, Commissioner, for you and I in social consumption, because it is allowed for a micro business.
Correct.
What happens if they get a social consumption license? With the current language, restrict them. So that's work that you and I need to think through working with the team. But again, it's becoming a financial chokehold on some of these smaller licensees that want to grow, want to continue to compete, if that's the plan they want to pursue. I don't like the regs being in a position of hamstringing that opportunity for them. So that's why I raised it today, take the temperature of my colleagues and see if it is something that as we look to regulatory work, and I think we have some immediate needs after this current set of regulations goes through, that this one could be on the plate. And again, if we have unanimous agreement on it, we can fine tune that language and bring it back in a form that we can all vote on and again, start shepherding through the next regulatory process.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for those questions. And not only the 11 that have commenced operations, but what is in the queue? So for micro businesses, the pre-certified slash delivery endorsed micro businesses, there's 40 economic empowerment that are sitting, waiting in the queue, trying to get to that final phase. There's 162 social equity program participants that are pre-cert endorsed micro businesses and 29 disadvantaged business enterprises. So this is crucial, it's timely, it's critical. Today I'd like to, and I'll propose this to the group, do something. I'd like to possibly vote to move it to legal for their analysis. I want to take an action, and maybe because I feel a dire need to help this cohort and the existing businesses. Could we move it to Andrew and the legal team to do a cursory review of it? I feel like we just put a pin in it. It just sits. So I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on it.
And I'd like to make a comment. This is exactly what I think we need to be doing, moving quickly, because this is the criticism we've been getting, that we have not done enough to help social equity and economic empowerment become licensed. If we were able to, help with this in the very short term, maybe we could figure out ways that our social equity team can, work with some of these, these provisionally licensed, applicants, and work with them to connect them with the social equity fund. I believe that there's a way that we can lead this where we actually move the ball forward. But I think that this is probably, a first step that could be very helpful to us. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore, do you mind repeating those stats?
Oh, not at all. Okay, so Commissioner Stebbins shared that there are 11 that have commenced ops, and I think it was 23 in the provisional phase. So, we get these like pizza trackers, as Mary Alice taught me that term. On this pizza tracker, there is, pizza tracker. There's 40 economic empowerment pre-cert delivery endorsed micro businesses right now that are they're pre-cert. There's 40 of them. There's 162 social equity program participants that have been pre-certified delivery endorsed micro businesses. And then there are 29 disadvantaged business enterprises that are pre-certified delivery endorsed micro businesses.
And do you mind explaining that a little bit more? Because, the numbers are, there's provisional, but now we're talking pre-certification. So these are people who are applying for a micro business license with the combination of the delivery license. Do you mind just explaining that just for anyone?
Yeah, so some of them can have micro businesses, can also, if they are SCP-EEA, couldn't apply for a delivery endorsement where they can deliver product directly to consumers. So these folks have gone through, and maybe Kyle, Director Potvin, can speak to this pre-certification delivery endorsed micro businesses and the 40 economic empowerment, 162 social equity program, and 29 disadvantaged. Director Potvin.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I've been listening to your comments, Commissioner Roy. I think while perfectly valid, there's a lot of people in the pipeline that are economic empowerment and social equity program participants that are trying to get pre-certified right now, which is only applicable to delivery related licenses like the courier and the operator. It doesn't necessarily tie into the micro business element of it necessarily right now, because micro business licensees and applicants wouldn't even be able to apply for a delivery license. They would only be able to, in a situation where somebody is a micro business licensee, the only additional operational feat that they can accomplish and obtain from the commission as of right now is that micro business delivery endorsement, which is completely separate and aside from the pre-certification process. It's an endorsement application. And again, that is only available just to businesses that are held majority by economic empowerment and social equity businesses. But the stats that you're bringing up for the pre-certification, that is a separate and aside and applicable just to delivery licenses versus delivery endorsement.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. So first, thank you, Director Potvin. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. The numbers, the 40 EEs, 162 SEPs, 29 DBEs, that is for delivery. So where does the micro business component come in?
See what is the top line?
Yeah, but I guess I'm.
Okay.
That's what I'm just-
I didn't know if that helps you.
Too.
Yeah,
I need
okay,
it.
great. Commissioner. Okay, great. Go ahead, Director Poppin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity to make sure, Commissioner Concepcion, that I'm looking at the same thing that you're looking at. Is it the quote unquote pizza chart that is talking about economic empowerment only statistics, like going through each license type and each stage of licensure? Is that where you're getting is the 40 for pre-certified endorsed?
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. It's the heading on it, Director Poppin, says licensing applications / August 10th, 2023. And then it
I'm-
says of the 1,495 applications approved by the commission, the following applications have economic empowerment priority review, social participant and/or disadvantaged business enterprise status. Please note applicants may hold one or more statuses.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Wright. I am pulling that up right now. Okay, yes. So you're looking at, so it's the slide is essentially at the bottom, there's percentages in green bold with arrows going up. Is that the chart that you're looking at where there's?
Yeah, it says
Okay.
0, 2%, 0.1. Yep.
So that first line that we're talking about is that pre-certified delivery endorsed micro business.
Yes.
They are tied. We do capture them in one line, but based on the number of applications that we've gotten for a delivery endorsement that's associated with a micro business, that is probably maybe, if I had to put a real kind of guesstimate, that's probably 5% of that overall population. The majority of that population in that line, the data that you're seeing, is associated with pre-certified applications for a marijuana courier or a marijuana delivery operator. So the population there that's associated with a delivery endorsed micro business is very, very small.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Moving forward, can we separate that out? Because that's a little confusing. I thought that was all like, is there a way to make 2 lines out of that?
It's definitely possible. I will definitely we will look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Kyle, we still have you. I guess just to go back to a question that was asked, but I want to pose it to you. Of the micro business universe, how many are SCPs and EEAs?
So I think Commissioner Camargo correctly stated before that there are 11 micro businesses that have commenced operations. Out of that 11, none of them are majority held by economic empowerment. 2 of them are held by a majority of social equity program participants.
And then I have one more question.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion, sir.
Kyle, what about for the provisionally approved?
So
Asking you.
no, that's okay. I have it open.
We'll wait,
I
that's
have
an
it open.
important question. Thank you. We'll take your time, Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess probably to give a fuller picture and maybe expand not just for provisionally approved, maybe what I'll do is, if this is okay with you, Commissioner Concepcion, is I'll tag in the provisionally approved provisional licenses and final licenses as a group to show like the non-commence operations. So that population right now, there are a total of 23 licensees that fall into that population. Out of those 23 licensees, 0 of them are held by a majority of economic empowerment, and 5 of them are held by a majority of social equity program participants.
Thank you, Kyle.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Commissioner. Camargo.
0 and 5
These are provisional.
and final licenses.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Camargo. I'm sorry.
I just want to make a statement. I think it's the right statement, but for this micro business license, it is Massachusetts residents 50 should have 51% ownership, right? On this license, Kyle?
Kyle?
There is a requirement that the majority of the owners and the executives that are on the license are Massachusetts residents within 12
Yeah.
months.
Got you. Okay, all right.
Any other questions? Attorney Carter?
just as a point of awareness for the commission, that residency requirements has been subject to litigation, most recently, I believe in Maine and New York.
Okay, so bringing it back to Commissioner Stebbins, now to the how or what, because I think right now, and again, this is why putting some of these topics, just because it's a commission discussion and votes, doesn't mean we initially have to vote on anything, but what are you proposing, asking?
Yeah.
Trying to gain consensus, if you can share.
First of all, I'm looking for some consent of my colleagues that we need to make a change to this license type, and that, you know, working with our legal team, working with, you know, the appropriate leadership to make sure we're not dividing and conquering staff resources, that we at least begin to look at rewriting the legislative language. But yeah, just kind of looking for some informal consent that we should begin to move in that direction and help this license type out is just one matter of business.
So I will respond that this was one of the things that I put into the hopper last November, October, whenever we were asked to do that. So I'm fully in support of, you know, the work that you're doing on this. But I think that it comes back to, and this is what I'm trying to figure out, is how can we get enough work, get enough input, making sure, I mean, when we had talked about low hanging fruit, you know, I felt it was the stuff that was most, I won't say popular, but kind of pushing up against us as potentially the most impactful, but also that would take the least amount of resources to get done. It feels like a lot of work has been done already on this, and there's some clarity there. How, you know, how do we move? I guess I want to ask, you know, folks here and maybe give your opinions, but how do we move this forward more quickly? I don't want to crush the staff who's already working on this, but the sooner we can do this, the sooner we can help maybe a micro business. I mean, I went on a tour of a micro business in Uxbridge, and they literally were trying to move from one place to the other, and they wanted to pivot into manufacturing, and literally they were, you know, on fumes, but they actually saw a path. But because of the restrictions of this licensure, they were, you know, facing some serious economic consequences. So I think waiting until next year to get some of this done, I think it's not enough time. So I just want Commissioner Stebbins to kind of give us, and then you ask a question, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, thank you. And just to add to a point I may not have made, obviously, I think we all recognize them surrendering a micro business license cuts off their cash flow to expand. Also, it makes them hard to attract investors if they're stuck with one entity, one license. There's really no ROI for an investor to look at supporting a micro business. So as we want them, again, to grow in this kind of competitive environment that we know that they're facing. To answer your question, I think it is a question for us to have with leadership of staff and just say, how do we begin to move these things forward? I think there are some other topics that we need to address in a pretty timely manner as well. I just didn't want us to lose this conversation that we started a couple months back. I consider this in the context of that low-hanging fruit, but just looking for my colleagues to say, yes, this is a change that needs to happen. Let's start figuring out how we can work with the staff and their available time to begin to put something in front of us that has all of that red line language and would be part of the next regulatory package when we all decide that needs to come out. So,
Commissioner Roy?
Attorney Carter, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the commission could do to move this along, and do you have a recommendation for us?
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner. I'd like to start off by saying I do appreciate the memo and the hard work that Commissioner Stebbins and then also our enforcement team have worked together. And I found the memo very interesting and had a lot of really interesting suggestions. So I think the next step, to also our chair's point, is there are steps that we can take before writing formal legislative or regulatory language. So my suggestion would be, if the body would be comfortable operating by consensus, to designate amongst yourselves, perhaps, not to put you on the spot, Commissioner, but perhaps Commissioner Stebbins could lead a convening of staff, and then be able to come to the body with either a proposal, a policy proposal, or if that is not required, then regulatory language.
Commissioner Concepcion had her hand up first, and then Commissioner Camargo, and then, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, unless you want Commissioner Stebbins to answer that.
I'll let her answer.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins.
Happy to help. You know, you wade into a conversation, you got to be willing to step up and say, all right, part of the team, let's do this. I think the other thing I just wanted to say, Chair, to a point you raised earlier is, you know, we use these public meetings to invite public input. You know, there's an email line, you know, there's a limited number of folks already in this space. Let's hear from those micro businesses, perhaps to confirm and share their personal story as to why this change might be important, just so that we can all see that feedback. But obviously opening up our general comment line to say, weigh in. We talked about this topic. Please weigh in and give us your feedback. So.
And I think it's appropriate. I'd just like to get ahead of this because I feel like with, and again, I came late to the game. You know, I came on board after Chapter 180 was passed. And, you know, I think we were waiting for a lot of staff guidance. And this is not, to, you know what I mean, to cast any aspersions again, you know, but we were, I think, waiting. And I think we probably, as, you know, a commission probably should have gotten our act together. And I'll take the blame for that. I will take the blame that I probably should have been pushing for us to complete this more quickly and never having gone through a regulatory writing process. So that's, you know, I've learned my lesson. And I think that, you know, whatever we can do now to tee this up, to move this as quickly as possible. So, you know, also when we have additional staff, but also as the sort of workload from the Chapter 180 regulations, you know, winds down, I'd like us to be able to hit the ground running, to have lots of ideas that we can start moving through the process. So anyway, thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, then Commissioner Camargo.
I have a few comments in response to your comments before I ask my questions to Commissioner Stebbins. I guess the first thing is I don't want there to be confusion about the work that happens even when we're not in a public meeting. And a lot of this is ongoing, as evidenced by this conversation around micro businesses. And there are others that happen, like delivery license types and those conversations and suitability. There are things that do take time and effort that my fellow commissioners have been doing. So I just wanted to put that on the table so that there's not this confusion about ongoing work and what happens even without the assistance of staff, although staff has been really, really helpful. I know I will speak for myself. I dedicate a lot of my own time to doing research and understanding and developing next steps. So I just wanted to put that out there. The other thing I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Stebbins, I guess two things, because this goes a little bit beyond the ability for a micro business to continue to operate while they're awaiting an additional license type. I wanted to know if you have done any sort of impact analysis around this. And then I wanted to get an understanding of the universe that it's been communicated with. So have you, of the licensees that we've talked about, the 11 commenced, the 26 provisionals and or final license types licenses, who have you heard from, or how many have you heard from? Yeah,
no, it's a great question. I would say I've heard mostly from those that have commenced operations. I think it's a great question. Ask those that are in that provisional phase, why aren't you moving forward? Because we know for any category of licensees, there's a big backup in the provisional phase, and usually it's lack of capital, or maybe they've decided to pivot and switch to another license type. So that's the extent of the conversation I've had. But at the same time, again, it's encouraging to see that staff is also thinking along those same lines. And what was your other question?
It was about the overall impact. If there's been any sort of analysis around the impact of these changes?
Yeah, no, that is the great question. I've actually probably didn't have it in time for us today, but have reached out to Marianne Sarkis, who is tracking all that, just trying to understand broadly what the economic impact is of the business that our micro business licensees are currently doing. So I know Marianne is doing her magic and trying to pull those numbers together, but I'm sure she'll be able to share those when she pulls them together.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, you had a comment?
Yeah, I'll be brief because I think we're almost at the end of this conversation. But I think, Madam Chair, I think this sort of answers your question a little bit in terms of sort of like the confusion on who's working on what or what's happening. And also I think, Attorney Carter used the word a convening of staff. He was very deliberate and careful when he said it so that he doesn't say the word working group. I don't know if I'm right. No, maybe I'm wrong.
He's always deliberate.
Sorry. No, but it's good. It's good. My point is that you hit it on the nail, which I think helps the chair understand that it's convening of staff versus a working group, right? Like, is that fair to say, Attorney Carter?
Yes, I think my suggestion would be that the commissioners who are interested in the particular topic, that they then convene with staff or subject matter experts, those who work the regs every day and they have a perspective. And then I also think something that is a wonderful idea is after we gain information inside, we of course must look externally as well. So whether it is our micro businesses in different phases of our licensing process, I think that is a wonderful pool of applicants to go to. And then, of course, we always have to contemplate our public safety, public health, and public welfare implications. And are there any stakeholders in those groups that we would want to facilitate as well? And then I think at that point, we really have arrived at good policy, and that will result in even better regulations.
Yeah, if I may just finish my comment, but thank you, Attorney Carter, because I think Madam Chair, and I don't know if this is helpful for you, but this is why I wanted to sort of hear it from him, because I think that this is a perfect example. Like, you all have been working on this for a few months. You've said it a little bit in terms of public meetings. I don't know if you all had the conversation with the chair. Obviously, we can't talk about it, so you haven't fully talked to us about it, but you've been talking about it at public meetings. So we know that you all have been working on this. So I commend you all for convening staff, not a working group, and really putting this together and even changing the language already, because part of the regulatory process is changing the law and rewriting the law. So I think, again, Madam Chair, to your point, this is one of the ways that you do it, right? I think it's a very productive and effective way to do it. I also know that staff, you asked earlier, I know staff is right now overworked with just what, in terms of Chapter 180. So this is very helpful. So, yeah.
Thank you. And again, I'm just, what I'm just trying to make sure, and again, the statutory responsibility for me to sort of direct and manage the work of the commissioners.
Sure.
Again, it's not telling people what to do. It's just making sure that we will talk and people will go and work on things. I may not know someone is doing something, right? And you may talk about, talk about things and maybe assume that I understand exactly what you're doing. I don't understand, even when you tell me that you're working on something.
Sure.
And so one of the things I hope that we can do is to, I won't say formalize the process, but make sure, because you may think I understand
Right.
what you're doing when you talk about I held a meeting,
Sure.
working on this.
Sure.
But in terms of just as we put together, very clear sort of guidelines and what we hope to accomplish with the Chapter 180 regs, we're going to have to go through this.
That's right.
A next tranche,
That's right.
but also we want to keep this ongoing. And especially, again, this is my position, and I'd like to, at some point in time, figure out how we do create an ongoing regulatory process. But especially if something like that is ongoing, making sure that there is a central understanding of who's doing what. So we don't just assume that people say, I've done this, I've done that, and we just keep it organized
Sure.
that way. That's
Yeah.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Concepcion.
I just wanted to ask a procedural question.
Sure.
So micro business license type discussion is on the agenda today. Were Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins, were you aware that this would be on the agenda prior to? Did you provide or have conversations with the chair?
Yes.
Yeah. I was away last week when I know that kind of the meat of the work of preparing the agenda gets on. I shared with Matt Giancola, I said, I'd like to have us revisit that conversation. Can we add it to the agenda? And obviously it wasn't confirmed it was going to be until I got back and saw the packet.
Okay, that's helpful. And were you aware that they were working on that prior to?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, this is,
I'm
people
curious.
assume, people assume, and there's no taking, like, I don't know who is doing what, where, and when. And again, even though, I will tell you, I had a meeting with, people on 2 drivers. I've, had conversations, talking to police chiefs, doing things like that. So And I may tell you I'm doing that work, but I want to make sure that the work in terms of the formal, how does it turn into regulations? That's what I'm trying to figure out, how we kind of make sure we're all on the same page. And this is also the other thing, we've all come in at different times.
Sure.
You've had a longer tenure, I'm the newest one here,
Yeah.
and some of this work predates me.
Yeah.
So you assume, you know what I mean, that I might,
Sure.
I don't know, so that's, I just want to make sure that we're not stepping on people's toes, providing that, and that
Yeah.
you're getting more deference if you're taking a formal role that I may not be.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to,
Okay, Commissioner Concepcion, then Commissioner.
The only, and I'll take a step back, because I know we have to get into the meat of our conversation here, is that goes on both ends. Like, there is an assumption that the work isn't happening, that you are making.
No.
You said several comments today about what we need to be doing, about how we are late to the starting gate on a few things. And I feel like that is being said without understanding what is ongoing and what has been going. And that's what you just said as well about, I just want to finish my
Sorry.
first. But you made that clear in the conversation today, and even in the comments that you just made about not having awareness or understanding the work that is being done in spite of very public conversations about it.
Again, I'll acknowledge that there have been conversations about people doing work, but what I'm talking about is how, just let me finish. What I'm talking about, and again, you and I shared quite a bit of frustration. If you remember a number of times that we were the first group that was going to be schooled in how we would run the regulatory process. And that took quite some time. And I think you and I, in the Boston office, and we were walked through how that would happen.
Right.
That didn't happen until February.
Right.
So again, even if you are working on some items, what I'm talking about is not the work that's being done. What I'm talking about is how we formalize the process of taking work and turning it into regulatory change. And that's why I think we're talking at cross purposes right now. When I express frustration, that the formal work and the organization of the working groups, I thought that we were, and I will take responsibility for that. And again, that's probably part of my newness and not really understanding.
learning curve.
Never having gone through a regulatory writing process before. So again, when I say work, I'm talking work, like working groups, formal. How do we set this up? How do we actually turn it into regulations? So again, I apologize if my use of the word work is not the same definition of your use of the word work. So I think we're kind of missing each other. Commissioner Camargo.
I know this is a very important conversation. And I just want to have sort of a point of order where we're at, because we still haven't finished the micro business next steps. So.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
And before we close out the micro business conversation, I just saw flying in my inbox. I got an alert, and we all got it. And I want to share it for the record and submit it into the minutes. This email, if I may. The title is "Micro Business License: A Plea for Help." And it was written by Edward D'Souza, the managing partner of River Run Gardens LLC. Good afternoon. My name is Edward D'Souza, and I am the founder and managing partner of River Run Gardens, MB 281332, the second micro business in the state. I have fought for question 4 to be added to the ballot. I helped draft the initial regs that were provided to the original commission. I would have been the first micro business in the state, but suffered a 2-year delay due to prohibition in my host town. I have operated it as a micro business for 3 years and have made extremely little money, as the license type has squeezed everything they can out of us. I have a diverse staff. I pay my staff more than other license types. I put out what is considered the best product on the East Coast. I help over 500 kids that live below the poverty line in Haverhill each year by working with the Haverhill Community Action League. Yet my business is hurting because I cannot get out of the micro business. I am constantly asked to sell below my cost of production, and I watch, and I watch retail white label product and make their own pre-rolls. I am not an SC or an EE, not because I couldn't apply. I served in the United States Marine Corps, but I wanted to prove that I can do this. Run a small mom and pop business completely self-funded by taking a risk. I asked for a time where I can talk about this. Please look at the stats. of the $5 billion made, virtually no one of that has been made by micro businesses, regardless of SE, EE, or standard. You can ask former Commissioner Shalene Title, Senator Sonia Chang Diaz, Senator DiZoglio, who's now Treasurer DiZoglio, about my auditor. My misspoke. My apologies to the treasurer and the auditor, Auditor DiZoglio, about my contributions, my business, and my philanthropy. Thank you, Bess. Edward D'Souza.
Thank you. So I will turn it back over to Commissioner Stebbins. So what are you asking us to do today?
Is there, and by the way, that shows you the power of our suggestion in a meeting that we get a response that fast. But, you know, I would just like to go down the line and see if there's agreement that we should look at changing the regulatory language around our micro business and not requiring that surrendering of a micro business license to move forward. So, I mean, Madam Chair.
Margot, could I ask your consensus opinion on this?
Send it to legal
Commissioner.
or convening of staffers, whatever the terminology is.
I think so. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you again for your work on this. I'm interested in learning more and hearing more about it.
Okay.
I think my question remains around the impact. So I just would want to know more information about that for
Sure.
the overall changes that you proposed
Sure.
because they're larger. So I just want to
Right.
make sure I have a really good understanding.
But can you clarify what the concerns are that you have? I mean, could you clarify that? What
The impact?
Yeah.
So the same way that we have an impact analysis on other regulatory changes, I would want the same thing done here.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, thanks. I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
I'm in favor of it.
Thank you.
So what are we now at? So what are we saying?
Now it appears I'm going to spend some time with the legal team. I don't need motion or a vote. I think it was just,
Okay.
getting some
Kind of already
feedback.
done this at a
Right.
previous meeting that we'd already gained consensus on a number of this low hanging fruit. And I thought this was the lowest of the low, but apparently it's not as low as I think. So the two driver rule discussion, I am happy to withdraw this from the agenda because it's not right. And I think that, again, this was added because I thought there would be an opportunity to have a discussion. Apparently I've ruffled some feathers and I don't want to do that. So I'm happy to pull that off the agenda.
Well, I would like to hear what you wanted to talk about because this is an open conversation. You know, there are two commissioners working on it, but I wanted to hear it.
Well, again, what I would like to do is I'll remove it from the agenda. And when what I would like to do is figure out in terms of the regulatory writing process, how do we move the ball forward on this? And I would love to have the two of you come up with a report. Apparently, again, not trying to step on any toes, not understanding sort of some of the background and the roots of the work that's being done. I put this on here because I thought it would be timely to have a conversation because we've heard you're going out and talking to people, I'm going out and talking to people, and it seems like there's a great deal of pressure on us to do this. But again, I understand that this is perhaps more complex than some of the other hanging fruit. So again, I'm happy to withdraw. And if you'd like to give a report or have a conversation, I'm happy to do that.
I just had a few, so my piece of ruffles and feathers, it's not about the conversation, it's that there was no communication. There was no communication, and I see that there was communication on the last topic that we went over. So I think that was where there was some confusion. But I do think that whenever we're in public meeting, it's an opportunity for the five of us to opine and give our opinions about what we believe should happen. So when I see this on the agenda, I thought that you had something that you wanted to share. So that's why I was asking if you had some information, if there was something that you wanted to give to the collective while we can have an open conversation with all. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Let me just finish completely, because these are our only opportunities. You know, then we'll go back, but I wanted to ask you sort of, you know, what kind of information do you have, the conversation, so that we're all aware about what is going on?
I don't know what's going on, and
I thought
ultimately,
you said that you had conversations.
I have been talking, as you have, with a number of people who care about the two driver rule. As a matter of fact, you and I had a conversation, you know, of a law enforcement officer, and we're asking his opinion together.
Is that one of the people you're referencing? I guess I'm asking who, so we can, wouldn't it be helpful?
Yeah.
to have that?
Madam Chair,
What I'm saying is.
can I have a point of order?
I'm going to finish, no.
Okay.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to remove this. Obviously, the one agenda item on micro business, Commissioner Stebbins asked me to put this on the agenda.
I'm not saying this to be
Let me
different.
finish.
I wanted to
Please,
know more
I
information.
recognize you in a moment.
Recommendation.
I'll let you, but right now, I had thought that in our low-hanging fruit conversation, that we had consensus that we would like to move through with the two driver rule discussion. What I am hoping to do in the next several months is that allow us as commissioners to do the work or working group, I don't know what it is, but what I want to make sure is that we're all on the same page as to who may be leading these conversations, who may be leading the quote work on this. If I have heard people convening meetings, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a formal process. We've gone through a formal process. We just completed part of the formal process. So this was really to understand where we might go with this. So in this process of hearing that you were concerned that I put it on the agenda, I'm happy to take it off the agenda. I don't have anything more to report other than,
The concern is not.
just let me
No.
finish. Okay. My concern is that I thought that this was low-hanging fruit. I thought we all agreed on it.
Mhm.
And so again, I will withdraw it if you're not comfortable. So
I have a
I'm
recommendation.
recognizing
recommendation.
Commissioner Concepcion.
I'm sorry, I don't want there to be confusion.
Mhm.
My question was more so about what was, so the idea today or the intention behind it was to have a vote?
No,
That's what I'm asking.
No.
I'm saying, well, what was the goal?
to have a conversation.
And then you don't want to have the conversation.
If you'd like to lead a conversation, I'm happy to have you lead a conversation. Would you like to lead a conversation and tell us the work that you've done?
So what I'm saying is.
So what I will do is.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry,
Okay,
Madam
all right.
Chair. Because I feel like there's a lot of emotion happening right now, so I want to take a step back.
Mhm.
What I would like to do, because you wanted to have the discussion so that we can
Okay.
hear it, because otherwise we can't.
Okay, so, Commissioner Roy, you had your hand up, and then Commissioner.
I had my hand up before.
I'll recognize Commissioner Roy.
So first of all, I appreciate, again, open and honest dialogue. I'll tell you what I know about what I've experienced with the two driver role, because this is our only opportunity to do that, right?
I'm sorry.
I'm
appreciate that.
interested, are you?
But I don't think that
Please,
makes any questions answered.
excuse me. I'll recognize Commissioner Roy, then Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, all I'm saying is
Can I say something before? Can I ask you?
Okay, just Commissioner Roy, let Commissioner.
Just a point of clarification. Let's take a breather.
Okay.
May I, Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
you have my time.
I know,
Yes,
yes, thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. And I'm asking Commissioner Roy, because I'm taking your time, and Madam Chair, because you run the meeting. Let's take a moment. This two driver rule is very important. We know folks are waiting. Because it was on the agenda today, there's a huge expectation from the public that there was going to be either a vote or a big discussion on it. Madam Chair, thank you for acknowledging sort of the miscommunication or the sort of misunderstanding and everything else. I get it. What I want to just say, my recommendation is that we keep it on the agenda. Let's just have a discussion right now about everything and anything. Commissioner Concepcion, back on, I think it was April or March, invited me to be part of sort of a convening of staff and conversation to be a part of this. We are happy to continue leading it and putting something together to come back and have a more fruitful conversation with some paper and something in writing, right? That's not today, but I would recommend that we leave it here so that we can hear from everybody in terms of where are we in the consensus, and then we bring it back to us, and then we come back in maybe, a month or two and kind of start working on that after that November 9th. So that's my recommendation.
So what I will do, and to clarify, as I said earlier, just because it says commission discussion and votes.
Yep.
Doesn't
You
mean
too.
that we're voting.
Sure.
It's because of open meeting, we don't get to get on the same page.
Sure,
to
sure, sure.
Understand what everyone is
Sure.
doing. So I put that there because this is something I have a great deal of
We get it.
passion for
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
done. No, let me finish. Getting done. And again, I apologize if I didn't understand or recognize the work you're doing. But again, just trying to understand, then how do we move to the next step of actually writing the regs? And I just want to make sure that we have a process where I take, I get feedback from all of you
Sure.
about what you want to be officially responsible for.
Yeah.
And then I delegate
Yeah.
the work. So
Madam Chair, I'll just say, yeah, no, I think you've said enough in terms of your apologies, like, I get it, we get it. And thank you for saying that, because even though we've said it in public and it might have not, we all learn differently, right? So it might have not sort of you might not have understood it, but I'm happy to just say today, there's some work that needs to be done. I think we're all in the same space in terms of the 2-driver rule. There's other things within transportation that we have to also think about, right? We have to think about delivering to no towns. We have to think about the liability, the amount of product they carry. We got to think about medical, right? So there's a lot to think about. So what I would just say is, let's talk about it for a few minutes, right? Because it's an emotional topic, because delivery businesses and couriers, they're going to close down. They're struggling the same way that micro businesses are struggling, right? And we're here struggling with each other, but they're struggling. And they're the operators that are losing money every single day for a lot of reasons, not just a 2 delivery situation. So, Madam Chair, I would ask you, my recommendation is, myself and Commissioner Concepcion will lead this conversation. I think similar to what Commissioner Stebbins did in terms of a memo. I think you guys we should probably bring that back to you in the next few months with information. We've already had numerous conversations with operators. We have conversations with law enforcement that needs to happen. I know Commissioner Concepcion has talked a lot about that amongst ourselves. And today, I think maybe just hear a little bit from everybody in terms of what you see within this thing. And then I think we take a consensus to bring it back to us and start working on it and convene a staffer or two to sort of help us move forward. And let me just add.
This is exactly what I wanted to do.
I know. It's okay. But I know, but let me just finish. I hear you and I appreciate you for that, Madam Chair. It's just that the communication and the sort of interpretation of how these things functions is real. And let me just one more thing. I know, and you said this, and I sent you an email yesterday. I know you said this at the June, and I went back on the YouTube videos on June 8th. We talked about this, and you talked about it towards the end of the day, where this is also one of your things.
Right.
A lot of us have 2 or 3 topics, but I think what happened is that we've been sort of talking about it, working on it, speaking about it publicly, and it wasn't cohesive enough for you to sort of figure out, okay, this is not a working group, but it is a 2 commissioner sponsored topic. So I'm just saying, I get it. You don't even got to say nothing else. I think we need to just move forward to be able to get the work done. So yeah, and thank you.
Taking back the floor, the bottom line is, it's just trying to create clarity.
I get it.
And managing the process and recognizing
Yeah.
the statutory
Yes.
authority and responsibility that I have.
Yes.
To make sure that we're not working across.
Yes. And I think,
So again,
yes,
thank you.
yes, say less.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
move on to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move on to
Yeah,
Commissioner
but-
Roy, then Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Concepcion, for your leadership around the driver and the delivery model as a whole. I just want to share my perspective on it. And that is, Commissioner Stebbins and we had the opportunity to visit your green package and look at the vehicles, and all of us have met with Chris at one point or another, right? And I appreciate all the outreach that he's done to all of us. And I've done so many roundtables now and met with delivery operators, and the courier model, we can all agree is really, really has challenges and is struggling. So what I want to say is I look forward to whatever information you bring back, including impacts, and I'm open to it. Okay, and as long as we look at everything, and I know you will, and so I've spoken to enough folks in this space that I know the challenges, and there is an urgency around it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to convey, because I think you want to take it with temperature. I'm open to it.
Thank you. Great. Commissioner Stebbins, and then I think we can move on.
Or we can break for lunch, but I'll get that in there.
Pizza wafer right there.
I know. Just a couple of points, and one I want to revisit, and Chair, this was prior to your arrival, and based on my experience in mass gaming, we decided at certain points to have agenda setting sessions. And I think there's a way we should explore folding that into a meeting and talking about, I want to put this topic on, I'm either going to be in charge of it, or these are the staff that I would like to be part of that presentation. So that's more of a functionary opportunity, and we can talk about that more offline. Just on the 2-driver rule, I think we have all heard about the topic. We've all heard about the challenges it has provided. I have a lot of questions that I want all of us to hear, and I want to hear the response from the industry. I also want to hear the responses from our team. As we've talked about social consumption, we're specifically talking about creating license types that are lucrative. And I think we use those words somewhat in response to the challenges that we know the eligible delivery courier licensees have come up against. I'd even put on the table, and again, I don't want to get into my questions I might have or my thoughts on this. This is, I think, a pretty small pool of 7 couriers who have commenced operations.
Yep.
I think we should explore having all 7 come in, sit across the table from
I
us.
just wrote that down. We have to have a hearing.
And we might even suggest doing the same with micro business, understanding that it is not a huge population, but at the same time, it would give us that back and forth and invite staff to be at the table. So I leave that with that.
And then I have a.
Yes, I would note, Commissioner Stebbins, that the 2 agents in a vehicle is a requirement for all transportation of marijuana. So while it is particular to our delivery licensees, the business-to-business deliveries are also using 2 drivers. So I think that if the commission is contemplating a reduction in one area, I think it would also be wise to contemplate a reduction potentially in another.
But we could, and this is one of the things I just wrote down hearing. I mean, there may be, maybe with the low hanging fruit that, at one of our second meetings, we might be able to bring people in and have them, talk to us, because this is also one of the issues that I had, with the chapter 180 is that we were so siloed, in understanding the information. Some of us have a depth of understanding, of our particular working group, but we don't all share that. So anyway, that might be helpful. Commissioner Concepcion and then Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Attorney Carter, thank you for that. We are mindful of that. We are aware that when we're talking about drivers and that requirement goes beyond this license type, and that's why we've done additional work and continue to do some work just to make sure that we're a part of it. And also, Attorney Carter, I know you were part of the original conversations back, and I don't even know, 2021. So I'll also be talking to you as well. I know Commissioner Camargo is after me, but I wanted to take a step back because Madam Chairwoman, I wanted to ask if there was information that you had that will be helpful to this and, for the continuation of the work and making sure that we're mindful in this conversation and any proposals that we bring forward.
No, what I'd like to take is under advisement, talking about appointing a couple of different, working groups or convening or whatever we want to call it, looking at a number of different low hanging fruit things. Talking to Commissioner Stebbins about setting the agenda. Again, to me, I saw this as part of setting the agenda of what are the things that we need to be focusing on for the next tranche of regulations. So I don't have anything to add at this point.
Is there anyone that you would recommend that we communicate with?
No.
For the 2 driver, I think Commissioner Concepcion was talking about the 2 driver piece.
Outside of the commission? I don't know what you're saying.
I wanted to know if there's anyone else or agency organization that you recommend that we communicate with.
No, I'd like to I'd like to take this under advisement at this point in time and then, work with you to sort of figure out how we move this forward.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Concepcion, may I?
Please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think what Commissioner Concepcion is saying, and I think we're hungry.
Yeah, no, I know. We're
Is that,
angry.
yeah, we are hangry. That's okay though, we still like each other. And appreciate each other. I gotta say that. This is tough work. Madam Chair, you are passionate about this and you've talked about this as well. So again, I appreciate you for that. Is there anyone that you've already talked to around the 2 delivery driver that you think that we should talk to as part of our comeback?
No, I'm sure we've talked to many.
Okay. I think that's what we wanted to get at. Let me just, no, I think that's,
No.
That is my question.
that was her question, but I think you might have.
But I don't know what's the point? I don't know what.
No, I think, let me just say.
I'm missing what the point is.
I think that's what it is, because I think when you were talking about it earlier, it made it sound like you yourself have been talking to or convening groups and everything else. So it sounded, I know it sounded like that.
Said I've been convening groups,
Yeah.
but I said.
You've been talking to
I've
people.
been
Yeah.
talking to people.
Yeah.
I have spoken with Chris February. I've
Yeah.
spoken to Aaron Goins, who I think tried to do this. So
Yeah.
anyway, it's not that I have a working group. It's that
Yeah.
I am passionate about this issue.
Yes.
And again, work is work, but what I'm trying to do is figure out
Yes.
how do we formalize this process? So it goes from listening and hearing to writing and doing and changing these businesses. So I think it's kind of timely. I'm gonna,
Sure.
let's.
On something though, to make sure we
Okay,
go
sure.
through it, because it's still part of this
Yeah.
conversation, because I know that we were talking about the regs. The other thing that I wanted to discuss, because when I saw it on the agenda, I said, maybe this is a good time to talk about this, is the waiver process. I'm looking at you, Attorney Carter, and I know that there's probably a reaction to this, but I know that there are multiple licensees and couriers who have applied for the waiver. So I also wanted to open that up for a conversation about whether or not maybe during the time frame that we have now, maybe we, and I, maybe I'll kick it to our legal attorney to kind of opine about if that is some sort of avenue we can look at in the meantime while we're going through regulatory changes.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, Attorney Carter.
So it is a matter that we have looked at. So we have to remember that the process to get a waiver, it's a legal requirement. So there are requirements that are sent out under 850, and the licensee or the requester needs to demonstrate that compliance would be undue hardship. Although I wonder if I should. One second, Councilor Lopez, are you good with me taking this, or, because I know this is on your side of the ledger and I have moved over, so I just want to make sure I'm being respectful of your department as well?
No worries, Attorney Carter. I'm happy to answer this question because all waivers are processed by the Enforcement Council team. So, as Attorney Carter was stating, the standard process is that waivers that are submitted to the agency have to satisfy 4 criteria identified in the regulations at 935 CMR 500-850, 935 CMR 501-850. That process is a process that's available to all requesters who are seeking exemption from the regulations. In terms of whether or not that is a pathway here, I will note that in our time here at the commission, we have received approximately 8 waiver requests specific to the 2-driver rule. And those requests, the overwhelming majority have been denied. The waiver process is not a process that can be used to effectuate a change in policy. And so if when a waiver is submitted to the enforcement department, the first criteria that has to be considered is undue hardship. And undue hardship is really looking at how the point of intersection between the regulations and the requester's particular circumstances create this burden that is particularly hard for them. But it is not a vehicle for effectuating policy change, a change to a regulation as a matter of policy to benefit an entire class or subgroup of licensees. So the waiver process would not be relief that would be available to a requester who is in expressing hardship due to the 2-agent rule as a matter of policy.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Thank you, Enforcement Counsel Lopez. I have a few follow-up questions. I guess the first one is you mentioned that there were 8 waivers requested, the majority denied. Can you give us the reasons for, I'm trying to frame this the right way because I don't want to, I'm trying to avoid putting you in a position for a blanket statement. But from that statement, I'm to assume that there were some that were approved. I guess that's my first question.
So what I can say is that we received approximately 8 waiver requests for the 2-driver rule since 2020. 7 out of the 8 were denied. 1 was allowed on reconsideration for COVID-related reasons in 2020 for social distancing, but it was approved with conditions, and those conditions spoke to the social distancing requirement that was connected to the state of emergency at the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I may, I'll just leave us with this, and then I want a motion to move this to keep moving forward with the understanding that Commissioner Concepcion and I will be working on this. I think we've heard a lot of your concerns.
Why?
Oh, you finished. Oh, sorry.
No, well, I mean, the conversation on waivers is still alive.
Commissioner Carter, are you done?
I'm not, but I think you're not done with the.
I just wanted to
Go ahead.
know more about it. That was the
Who am I
topic.
recognizing? Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
I'll do my closing comments.
Right, you go first.
Is there a follow-up question?
I'm just, who wants to be recognized?
No, I think you wanted to know a little bit more about the waiver. Yes.
So Commissioner Concepcion, recognizing you for additional questions.
Thank you. So my other question, and then I was formulating this in my mind now. My other question around the waiver process was, I wanted to know if there was anything that commissioners could do short of a regulatory change to give the availability of a waiver, not across the board, not a blanket waiver, but to make sure that for certain situations that it is available. And I'm looking at Attorney Carter because I know that this is a regulatory conversation, but also, you know, enforcement council.
I'll recognize Attorney Carter first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councilor Lopez, please correct me if I say anything wrong, but sort of high level. Ultimately, the commission has spoken on this topic, right? They promulgated draft regs, they put it out for public comment, and they voted and they passed. And it is the policy of this agency to require 2 drivers, whether it's in delivery or whether it is transportation business to business. So in order to effectuate a change in that policy, we need to go through the same process. That is the way to do it. To Councilor Lopez's point, undue hardship is really licensee specific, and it's not a class of individuals who are saying that this license type as construed may not be as lucrative as we would want. I also think that touches upon whether it's 2 agents in the vehicle, delivering to quote unquote no towns, I think is something that we really could contemplate under our statute, so reducing regulatory cost on that area, but I also think expanding the pool of where it can be delivered, I think also could be a really great avenue for our exploration. So I think that there's a number of topics here in this 2 agents in a vehicle, I think is really an area that we really could make some progress on. But I think that there's a few different areas we want to do it in order to make sure it's as effective as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions, Commissioner Concepcion? Any further questions on this issue? And
Well,
then
I know about
Commissioner Attorney Lopez, sorry.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. So I will also state that your question, Commissioner Concepcion, of is there anything short of regulatory change that can be done? Just so you are aware, usually if a request is presented to the Enforcement Department seeking an exemption and the identification of the reason or the undue hardship is a hardship that is felt by more, a group of people, a class of people based on the policy itself, we would normally direct those individuals to explore the commission's petition process, which leads to the regulatory change piece. But you should also be aware that the commission has in the past predetermined undue hardship on the basis of a class in the area of telehealth waivers. So in telehealth waivers, the commission did vote to allow telehealth waivers based on COVID-19 and the public health risks posed by COVID-19. And in that instance did, predetermine that requiring requiring in-person clinical visits for qualifying patients who are connecting with the certifying healthcare provider for the first time, requiring that was undue hardship across the board. And so that is something that the commission has done in the past, but as a general matter, waivers are not used to effectuate policy change.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Yeah, Attorney Lopez, I know by now you know where my mind usually goes when you make a statement like that. My question is, so using that example, can the same, I guess, mindset be applied in this situation? Not for COVID, obviously, but around the financial implications, could we, hypothetically speaking, apply a similar thing here in this situation?
Because the telehealth action was tied to COVID and a public health concern, I think that could potentially be distinguishable in terms of the options that you have. If you were to want to explore this option, you would need to conduct additional study to ensure that you have a concrete basis for why you are determining that there is undue hardship. And that would be something that would have to be made based on concrete information for you to conclude that this is an undue hardship, rather than, just a policy that you would like to change because of other input that you've gotten from the public. So that would be what I would suggest that the commission consider if this is the path that they would like to explore.
Did you want to make a comment, Attorney?
Commissioner.
Sorry.
Thank you. I look over at you all the time, Attorney Carter, because I know sometimes I make your brain explode. But I would actually like to, I'm being mindful, so I ask all these questions because regulatory changes take time. And we know that Chapter 180 is going to take some time right now with the regulatory changes and implementation, and that's until November. So the next round will also take time when we have to go through public comment, when we have to go through the drafting period and the final language. But I ask all these questions because I'm thinking about the interim and what can be done now or more, just more immediate than waiting for us to get through an entire regulatory process for the change. So with that being said, I would like for us to conduct an additional study. And I think I would fold that into, you know, the delivery, 2-to-1 delivery driver conversation, delivery couriers in general. I don't quite know, so I'm thinking this is a research component here. We might want to get Julie Johnson, but I would like to formalize that. And I guess, Madam Chairwoman, to also say that to you and to the other as an avenue I would like to take.
Alyssa Stack, could you just weigh in your point to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. I think either way, you might end up at the same time of doing a study to prove hardship versus taking a petition or going through work to look at the next round of regulatory change. In terms of what to do today, I don't think more research is bad, but I think it's a matter of resources and what we could actually get done. So I think they're all good ideas. I'm not sure of the motion or our action you want to take, but it might be one where since there's been convening, we can convene and figure out, okay, what is the most expedient route for the commission to take, just to be aware of the resource constraint.
Thank you. Thank you. Attorney Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The best route forward, right, is changing the regulation. And I think depending on how in-depth you want to go, but I do think 2 agents in a vehicle, it is expansive. So the research behind that, right? So what do other industries do when they are delivering? The $10,000 cap, is that appropriate to maintain the liability insurance? All of those things those need to be answered, and then we get to the reg writing. But all of that can be done in the next few months at the commissioner level. And then once it is time to promulgate in November or December, we can move somewhat quickly to, if we do the front end work now. There is time for the commissioners to engage in policy making. It's just the promulgation period is going to be a little bit further down the road, but the promulgation period is always further down the road. So in some ways, I think you're right where you need to be, which is the body has just tackled a very large group of topics, and now we are engaging in phase 2. So we got to start at the beginning. We got to perform our research. We have to get our analysis. Policy must be based in fact, and it must be based in analysis. So now is our time to conduct that research, so that when we do promulgate a reg, we can explain to the industry, we can explain to stakeholders, we can say, we are basing this policy on this particular study or fact or finding, and it makes for better public policy.
Commissioner Roy?
And before we break for lunch as secretary, I just want to propose something to the group that under the title on the agenda, which is public, where it says commission discussion and votes, we have 5 items today. We're not going to vote on any of them. So that title is a little misleading to folks. So is there some ministerial change we can make to that title that is more accurate and more of a reflection of what happens in this section of the meeting, whether it's commission discussion and or votes or any of, I'm open to any proposals, but I think it's a little misleading to say and votes because people assume we're going to vote.
Commissioner, Attorney Carter, sorry.
Madam Chair, yes, that is a reflection of the open meeting law requirements,
Yep.
but I have seen other agencies where the individual line item, then next to it, it would say vote on it. So that may be one way we could contemplate, is we could have a broader title and then vote next to the particular items.
Okay, any other recommendations or suggestions?
No, I just want, my only recommendation is that we close this topic before we keep talking about other stuff.
No, I thought, my apologies.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
I thought
thought we were too.
No, I,
Commissioner Concepcion?
I have an addition to your comment as well. I know that before we've also talked about our names being listed as well. And I think on one of the iterations, I did see that, but I wanted to just make sure that that gets continued. I think it's helpful.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. I
Thank
agree.
you, thank you.
so Madam Chair, are we all comfortable with the conversation on the 2 delivery driver and the next steps?
No, I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yeah,
and
thank
I
you for
appreciate
keeping,
everybody.
thank you for
Thank
keeping it on. I think,
Thank you.
in Spanish, la gente, we have like a saying that's like, hablando se entiende la gente, where it's just like, talking to each other, we figure it out.
Yo soy fiesta.
Okay. So, thank you. And can we do a motion to recess?
I would entertain a motion to recess until, I'd like to keep this short if we can, till 1:55, if that's okay, 1:55. Be back here, I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Here a second, Commissioner Concepcion. Second. All those in favor, Commissioner Margot.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
All in favor. At 1:55, if we can take our promptly, we better swallow our food. Okay, returning back from our lunch break, we will move on to item 4 under commission discussion and votes, the investigative report update. I don't know if this is Attorney Lopez. I don't know if we're going to get any commentary or if it's just the reports that we've received and have been put into the book. Can someone clarify for me how we might approach this? Attorney Carter, how do we want to? Oh,
I see our chief, yes.
Chief GB, do you want to just give us a brief explanation of what we're addressing here, findings that have been made or work that's ongoing? If you could just sort of give us an update and what you can properly share with us.
Yes, and I also have my force counsel standing next to me, but I want to say good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners, and I know that one of the matters that's truly on a lot of people's minds throughout the Commonwealth is the True Leave investigations and the commitment of my team in terms of its investigative responsibilities. I want to assure you, Chair, and the Commissioners, that led by our Director of Investigations, as well as our Enforcement Council, that we have been very active for a period of time in investigating all the issues related to True Leave. I also want to just make a point to say on the record that I really want to send my deepest condolences, just like the way each of you have, and I know the way my team and the commission feels, to Lauren McMurray's family, friends, and co-workers, and I know that brings intensity in terms of, how long the investigation has taken in some people's mind. But I just want to assure the public that we're trying to make sure that we're thorough. Many of the issues that we're dealing with are complex and first impressions. We're working with other sister agencies, for which I want to give a special thank you to OSHA, as well as the Massachusetts Department of Health, whose collaboration have assisted in our inquiry. I don't want to speak too much about what they're doing because I don't know where their matters are as it relates to True Leave. We want to make sure, Commissioners, that we don't go too deeply in talking about this investigation, because as you know, you sit as administrative judges pursuant to Mass General Law 30A, and we got to make sure that we're fair in process to all parties. And but I just want to assure you and assure the public that this matter is still pending, that we're working very, very hard. We're throwing a lot of resources to make sure that we are thorough in our investigation. And I don't know if Enforcement Counsel Lopez would like to say more, but I know whenever I speak, she will counsel me to say less. So with that, Counsel Lopez.
Thank you, Chief GB. Go ahead, Attorney Lopez.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have anything further to add to that. I think the Chief has given you a complete update of where things are.
The only comment I would like to make is to again thank Chief GB for the process updates that he gave to all the commissioners, and I am confident, and I thank the staff for providing us with those updates about process. And I'm confident that the team is doing the job, and I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. And I appreciate the update because, again, all of us, are getting the incoming. People are concerned and rightfully concerned, about Lorna and her family, but making sure that folks know that the process is being followed and that work is getting done. So again, I want to applaud you for the work that's being done and thank you for that. Do you want to move on to the next issue, Chief?
I know that there was a couple of matters that we spoke of, Madam Chair, but I just want to make sure we have the proper voices. And if you're talking about the Cure Leaf matter, I can
please.
If
you could, thank you.
Yes, and what I'll do is I just see the Director of Investigations, just turn on her camera, and I'll let her speak to that. Director Kamala.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. As far as the Cure Leaf investigation is concerned, at this time, this matter has been closed by the Commission. During the investigation, which started on or about January 3rd of 2023, we did work alongside with Citron Cooperman to look at different documentation, pertaining to the relationship between Abramovich and Cure Leaf. And at this time, the commission, can diligently say that based on the evidence that we did look at alongside Citron Cooperman, which really is a financial company that works with the commission to look at, our complex investigations, we did not find any evidence that shows that Abramovich has any type of control or ownership directly or indirectly with the licensee. The relationship that they had is pretty much lender and the lendee relationship between the licensee and Abramovich.
Okay. Okay, and just the last item in terms of.
Madam Chair, just a quick question for the director. I appreciate the work that's been done. We consider the matter closed. Is it fair to say, obviously, anytime new information could ever come forward, that this doesn't mean that the matter's closed? If new information came forward, additional investigative work could be undertaken?
Correct.
As it relates to this and any other matter, I guess.
Correct, Commissioner Stebbins, and we have a history of doing so. When the matter is ever closed and we do learn of new information, what we typically do, we reopen the investigation and at that time investigate the relevant materials or the crux of the matter that's being brought forth. So if there's any new information that comes up pertaining to Curaleaf or Abramovich or pertaining to this, in the future, we will definitely have to look into it, as we typically do with our other, our licenses or investigations that we have had in the past.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank, and I want to thank Director Kamalo and Enforcement Counsel Lopez for providing these briefings to us. As we are as you said, Chief GB, in our meeting the other day, we are the faces of the commission out in the community, and we do get a lot of questions around these matters. And I know you can only tell us to a point because we are adjudicators, but this could be an ongoing practice where if there are significant investigatory matters of high public interest, that we could have briefings like this. I would be grateful for that. I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel, but I was extraordinarily grateful to get these briefings. Thank you very much.
And if I can echo, this was a conversation that I appreciated having with Chief GB the other day. And I think we both agreed that we probably should have done this quite some time ago to make sure that we're on the same page, understanding the process and understanding the sort of different jurisdictional oversight. So anyway, I want to again thank Chief GB and his team for the work on this and for, I won't say putting it to bed because obviously there could be additional information, but given the work that's been done right now, this is in the rearview mirror, at least for the time being.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I just want to thank,
Sure,
I want to
please,
thank you, and I want to thank Commissioner Roy and your comments in particular. I think one of the things, and Commissioner Stebbins, in your remarks, I just want to say, Chair, you said it quickly, but I think it's important that on the piece that I think a lot of our discussion spoke about process, and obviously a lot of our procedural process are in the regs, but that can be difficult. So sometimes just having a conversation can bring regulatory language into a conversation. So I want to appreciate and your willingness to have those meetings with our staff so we could explain our process. When matters sometimes starts with the director of licensing and the licensing team, it moves on sometimes, moves depending on the due diligence to other teams. And likely, it's also likely true when matters start with the director of investigations, and there are certain matters that were evidentiary postures would suggest that it should continue to move on, and where some council staff would then handle those matters, even though the matters overall is still pending. So allowing us, Madam Chair, to articulate that to you and commissioners, thank you, all of you, because we spoke with all of you, to have those discussions, to really just talk about our process, I think is really beneficial for us as a commission, and it definitely is, I'd like to hope that it will have a positive benefits for our licensees and industry stakeholders.
Well, I got schooled yesterday, so thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I very much appreciated your time and your insight. And then finally, as I understand it, the MCR investigation has been closed by the executive director. If the commissioners have any questions, please reach out to HR. And again, you know, that has been satisfactorily resolved, and I'm confident that this has been done in a professional manner and that appropriate rules and regulations were followed. So with that, no additional questions, return to office update. I'll turn that over to Alyssa Stack, our COO.
Thank you. So the office is open and operating, and just want to, again, for public messaging, reassure everybody that we are open and operating, and we have been since the public health emergency. What the change or discussion item I think might be here is an update on coming up with kind of really a final schedule, which is internal business, but I appreciate the opportunity to get to talk about it here. Also wanted to highlight just a few things. I appreciated the discussion earlier about micro businesses and pieces that those all developed, and a lot of that work was done you know, from the beginning of the commission, but a lot of it really developed and matured in this time where we've been working in a hybrid fashion. And in fact, I went and looked, and between 2020 to 2021, so the height of the public health emergency, we saw over that time to now saw a over 62% increase in changes of ownership. And those have been processed by our licensing team, but also enforcement has to go out and look at it, and there's a lot of work. So just wanted to highlight that piece. I think we've also, since 2019, 2020, seen almost 150% increase in applications, and that those are moving forward and moving through, again, a collaborative effort across the commission involving the licensing team, but also IT that, you know, got us systems to do it and maintains the systems to do it. And again, the enforcement staff that's been out in the public, on the road doing it. And some important milestones that I think have been commemorated here. I just wanted to harken back that at January of this year, January 2023, is when Massachusetts surpassed $4 billion in sales in legal cannabis. And we are on our way to approaching $5 billion. And I think it's just a remarkable, sometimes we focus so much on the things that we have to do. I wanted to take a minute to remind everybody how significant it is what we have done, and kind of hit on that theme a little bit. Another thing, when we talk about return to office, we have grown as a staff significantly. We are now at about 124 people and continuing to grow. So what that means for returning to office, the executive director put out guidance on the policy, which is a flexible hybrid schedule that focuses on making sure people are in their place of duty. One of the things in looking at this, and I want to here also invite Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Concepcion, into the discussion, because they helped us in the working group try to figure this out and finding that, you know, no size fits all at this commission. We have people on the road. We have people like, you know, again, IT team who are a little bit of everywhere between two offices. And so with this flexible hybrid plan, what we're aiming to do is make sure that we have standards that make sure everybody can do their work in their place of business, and that we have that schedule and know where people are. Those initial plans are due back August 15th. I wanted to bring that up too, because there is a section for commissioners in there that I trust in everything else you have going on. Maybe not everybody took a look at that part. There is a part for commissioners in the last part of the guidance about your preferences for schedule of days in office and days out of office. I'll be happy to work with your executive assistants to make sure we factor that in and capture other requirements that you may have for returning to the office. I'll stop there. And again, I want to give also Commissioner Roy an opportunity if there's something that I've missed or she wants to highlight.
Yeah, and thank you, Alyssa. And I just want to thank you for your leadership and all the counterparts that were in this working group. I came the Johnny come lately to the group, so to speak. I've only been on for maybe 4 or 5 months or so, but it was Chief of Communications Sinclair, Chief Operating Officer Stack, CTIO Paul Clark, CFO Adriana Leon, and Chief GB. And what I will say is, I know this has been an ongoing process since I believe 2020. And I know a lot of thought went into this, but it is, we are at an inflection point post-pandemic, and ironic, and I just want to share this. I'm sure some of you have read that Zoom, the platform that made a ton of money during the pandemic, they've even established a return to office. The company Zoom and their employees are in two days a week. So many companies, we're not alone in this. Many companies, it's time, and there's a lot to be said for the creative process when folks can come together in person, and there's also a lot to be said for the creative process when folks can work on Teams or Zoom or what have you. So I'm glad that we put pen to paper and we have this plan now. And you did allude to the August 15th first deadline as far as having that plan back. And I think it's September 11th is the official kickoff of this new highly flexible hybrid. So I just want to thank everybody that contributed to this effort, and I look forward to the next phase of the commission.
Yes, Elsie, you could.
Thank you, Chair.
And will you give an overview of what the?
Yeah, I can. And also thank you, Commissioner Roy. You reminded me that I buried the lead September 11th.
Buried the lead.
When we do this. Also wanted to acknowledge and thank you for also jogging my memory. The Chief People Officer, our first one, Erica White, worked with me, and then Justin has been helping us out with this too from the HR side. And there are of course Commonwealth-wide guidelines that we're also relying on and looking at, which I'll also put in a plug since I'm getting to talk about internal business, put in a plug for everybody to make sure you do your Mass Achieve trainings, which has a section on operating in the hybrid workplace. Has a number of other aspects too that will help. So actually, let me yield or ask the chair, what specifically is it that you would like to cover?
Talk generally about the parameters about, how many days a week. As I said, one of the questions that I had, I know that the governor's office is back in 5 days a week. Treasury, I think, is either 2 or 3 days a week. I know that the gaming commission, I think, is 3 days a week in office. Obviously, some exemptions for, maybe folks who are on the road. So if you could just sort of give us the highlight, what the committee has suggested.
So one of the things we're looking at is that each chief should schedule in-person meetings at least 1 to 2 times a year for training and team building. That again is consistent with Commonwealth policy, and that's at the highest level. Other teams and other leaders, directors can do so, of course, at their discretion. So that's a floor. We're asking for each staff person, and I include commissioners in this, to be in their assigned place of duty at least 4 days a month. That's a recommended minimum. And that is, again, recognizing the variation in what place of duty means. And when I've been working on this since we left the office. So even when we talk to gaming, there are significant differences because for some people in gaming, their place of duty is a casino. Mm-hmm. Our investigations, are different. Their place of duty.
Could I be assigned to a casino?
I'm looking at Commissioner Stebbins. He might have some pull.
We can train it. They can train anybody up to that job.
Yes. But this is where I think in my overall remarks, we struggled with this issue because there's such variation in what this commission does and such demand in many cases for people like our community outreach team, also for communications, to not be in this office. And so we tried to figure out, again, what's that minimum? What's that floor? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'd like to.
And thank you for bringing that up, Alyssa, because that did come up, and we it was carving out all these exceptions, right? We had all these lists of exceptions to what, and I said, wait a minute, why don't we just say expand the term of what office means as opposed to, let's look at it the opposite way. And as opposed to having like this laundry list of exceptions, we eliminated the laundry list of exceptions and we redefined what the office or place of duty is.
And Chair, may I?
Yeah, okay, so 4 times a month.
And-
And keep going.
Okay, but that is an issue I actually had, again, this is the only time commissioners get to meet and talk about what your office presence. And we had, again, 2 commissioners, so we kept things within the open meeting law. But I would love to take this opportunity to hear individual commissioners' thoughts on.
Can I, before we, could you just sort of finish, with the sort of overall policy? So we've got, what you're proposing is 4 days a month.
I'm sorry, this isn't proposed, this is our planning guidance.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then I read something about 4-day work week. Can you just kind of like give us like a high level description of what the sort of minimum?
Okay, and let me clarify too, what I'm speaking from is our planning guidance. So the process here is the executive director set a policy of we will have a flexible hybrid workplace. And then with a working group and with input from everybody, we said, okay, what does that mean? What is the planning guidance? How do we implement? So what is due next week is the response back to the planning guidance. So the planning guidance again sets these minimums. So in-person meetings at the chief level, at least 1 to 2 times a year. At the individual level, individuals in their assigned place of duty, at least 4 days a month. Again, it did not dictate what that means, just to what Commissioner Roy was saying. Onboarding and offboarding conducted in person unless there is a requirement for a reasonable accommodation. Also, for space considerations, a planning requirement is to try to use and maximize space in both offices. However, Worcester remains the headquarters. And so there remains an expectation when necessary that staff would need to be at this headquarters. Ensuring proper coverage for on-site public meetings. It's the COO's responsibility to ensure on-site reception, but also a note here in terms of planning factors for what people need to think of when they're setting up their schedule is that there is not full-time receptionist coverage in Boston. So that's a planning factor. I think one of the other planning factors you might have been referring to, Chair, is flex time and compressed work week. Those have been Commonwealth standards that just as a developing organization, we'd not really fleshed out and had staff really avail themselves of. It was always something aspirational. And I think now we're trying to say, okay, let's try to realize that aspiration. So that is just an element that individual staff members and managers should talk about if it meets their staffing requirements for those options that are, again, those are Commonwealth policies and programs. And again, as the planning team, what we're asking for there is kind of getting an understanding of the number of employees at this point who might want to avail themselves of that. Because what I'm looking at, especially from an operations side, is for instance, this room has, I think, a capacity of 87 people. I don't want 97 people to sign up. And so that's what we're asking people to do is give us your plans back. We can do that deconfliction, make sure that we have adequate coverage, and then practice it and reassess. And again, I was just looking at the Commonwealth policies for that, and there's Commonwealth paperwork and things that we still need to do. So there are things that we will still need to do, like updating SOPs that will still be probably taking place in early September. Does that answer your question?
I believe so.
Okay.
I mean, again, it's just making sure that the public, again, while this is an internal policy, this is something that many organizations, it is a policy level, I think also that reaches the commission as well. So,
okay.
I just want to make sure we first understand it and get a chance to absorb it.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Margot. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I guess, a comment, but I'll send in my responses. I think I sent in the first draft of responses. I think I did that, but I know I have an office here. I'm happy to give up that office and sit in any office, right? So like, I'll send that. I don't think I need a full-time office. But I just want to say, I'm glad that this is coming now into fruition, just because I think it's also, folks have to plan for it. And I know that the executive director had given folks 90 days, and I think it's helpful. So I I'm supportive of it. I think it makes sense. I know you guys have worked really hard on it, commissioners, so thank you. And, I'm also looking forward to, sort of getting back to, some kind of hybrid schedule, even for myself, to be honest. I'm on the road a lot, but it's also good to be in the office once in a while. So I'm looking forward to it. And I will be based out of the Boston office. And I'm happy to give up my office here in Worcester. I can always use Stebbins' office.
You see me writing.
Could you read the commissioners, what applies to the commissioners, and then with the office, we talked about an anchor office, and then, a hoteling the other office, so everybody understands what the commissioners' policy will be.
With your permission,
Please,
Chair?
yeah, thank you.
So, and thanks for this part. This is again was something we struggled with, so I appreciate the help. So this is in the memo that went to all, but just so commissioners know, commissioners will set their in-office and remote schedules primarily within the operating hours of the commission. However, there will be instances where commissioners will participate in evening and/or weekend engagements and events. Currently, commissioners have assigned offices in Worcester and designated shared office spaces in Boston. As part of their planning, commissioners will pick one primary office, either in Boston or Worcester. The location not chosen will be shared office space for staff use. Commissioners will go to department heads to request staff for in-person meetings with commissioners. In the case of coordination challenges, the executive director will work with department heads and commissioners to resolve the request. Executive assistants are available to help commissioners coordinate support for for in-person, virtual meetings and events, and for their response to this planning guidance. And so what we're looking for there in response to this planning guidance is, again, working with your EAs to select that office. And maybe, again, if you wish to use this time to talk about what in-office means for commissioners, happy to, because we didn't get to, but if that's also something that's not something you want to cover.
I appreciate that, like what,
But can I just, I'm not sure that applies to us, but I'd like to hear you say it, because I'm not sure that applies to us, and I'm not saying, I mean,
So
as much as a lot of people, but
I think,
I'd like to.
yeah, I think, Madam Chair, I think that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is we, as a working group, spend a lot of time thinking about what does in-office mean for an investigator? What does return to office mean for IT, who's been here? Because of open meeting law, we never got to say, what does return to office mean for commissioners? And again, that's why we tried to leave this broad, so not hemming anybody in. But it's not something that, again, because of open meeting law, something we got to talk about, or that you maybe have gotten to explore just in how you want to operate moving forward.
I'd like to open up the discussion.
Yeah.
I, in full transparency, did put pen to paper on part of this and try to bake in flexibility, but I want to hear, I need your input now. Now I helped get it to a point, and now it's you guys help flush it out more.
I need to take some time to absorb this, because we've actually talked about this before, about sort of the dilemma that we're both commissioners and a board, yet we're paid employees. And so I would actually like to, on this, I'd like to take a little time to absorb this, and maybe we can cycle this back at another meeting, because I think people know that, I mean, again, except for the last 2 weeks, I, generally go to the office at least 2 to 3 days a week, and that's sort of my standard practice that I've been doing. And, I have no problem 3 days a week. But I'd like to just, I want to make sure that we're doing this in a way that functions for this commission and future commissions. So I'd like to take a little time to think about that. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you. I think we had a similar conversation when we talked about the employee handbook and just understanding what's applicable. So I do agree. The other thing I wanted to do is actually really thank you, Alyssa, to you and Commissioner Roy as well. I was originally the singular commissioner on this working group, and then was joined by Commissioner Roy, and then we got to the regulatory process, and I had to dismiss myself from it. So just a little bit of things going on, but I just want to thank you, because I have noticed that every time you work on anything, you put your all into it. And I know that you put an incredible amount of work into this and thought, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions. I appreciate the memo. Obviously, we have to provide you with some feedback and comments. And go ahead.
Well, Chair, I already received comments in general, so what I'm
I think
looking,
you're asking for additional comments on.
no, what I'm looking for is that last part of just when do you plan to be and where do you plan to be? And, and so, again, so this is the whole idea of we can figure out that capacity issue and then we can always iterate.
Yeah.
And I appreciate what you're saying about you guys need to time to digest and think about it. Absolutely.
And I think the beauty of the pick one, either
Yeah.
Worcester or Boston as your anchor office, helps with that because
Absolutely.
our schedules are unpredictable.
Absolutely.
They are not consistent. I was at a roundtable for 3+ hours on Friday, like I can't, like, me personally, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I can't say when, Wednesday of every week, because Wednesday I could be in Pittsfield or B-Town or wherever. So that's the beauty, I guess, of accounting. If you're trying to account for physical office space, and that is that anchor office for us is permanent for us. That kind of alleviates that, but I know you need as much information from us as possible, but it's just so it's unpredictable.
And Madam Chair, may I?
Please.
One of the reasons to do that and that I appreciate it is simply that September 11th, we'll start this flexible hybrid. And again, based on Commonwealth and having the benefit of looking at everybody else, we'll schedule some regular check-ins to see what's working, what's not working,
Good.
and we'll make some adjustments. And that's the flexible part, I think. But that's also agile. And that's, I think, the strength, why I started with a lot of those figures, to just show the agility that everybody here has shown, your predecessor shown, our staff shows, this industry shows. And again, want to make sure that we match that agility.
And I've said, I want it to be fair for everyone. I have the fortune of living, I live 18 minutes on a good day, 25 on a bad day from the office. I'm here a ton, like I'm in and out a ton, but I live geographically very close. So it's easier for me to do that than other folks. So I just want to make sure that's weighted into consideration as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. So with that, and again, I unfortunately, I have a call that I have to do at 2:30. I can be back in 5 minutes, but I thought we'd be done by now. So I will turn this over to the secretary. If there are any other questions or comments, any other questions or comments? I don't want to stop the conversation. I mean, I think that we've gone, I don't know whether it's appropriate to thank you for the work and thank your colleagues for the work that they've done. Are there any other?
Well, I just want to talk next steps.
Okay,
Yeah.
If I could turn this over to you, and I'm
Absolutely.
back in a couple minutes.
And thank you, Madam Chair. So Alyssa, just to close out return to office, the next steps, so myself and my colleagues are all on the same page. What are the exact next steps you need from us?
So now let me make sure I give you the right date.
5 days.
Thank you.
5 days.
By August 15th, please work with your executive assistant to let that executive assistant know your preference in terms of location and rough preference in terms of your in-office time. Again, recognizing that, just as the chair mentioned, you all haven't had a chance to really absorb it. And that's why, again, I pledge to you that we'll continue to be agile. We will continue to make sure that commissioners and all staff have a place to do their work. So the next thing is to work with your executive assistants and provide that when and where by the 15th.
When and where by the 15th. Work with the EAs. And now, if some of us still have further questions, where do we direct them?
I'm happy to help you with that. So yeah, if there are further questions, let me know. And of course, again,
Yeah,
your executive assistant.
And may I ask, in respect to open meeting law, if you do receive questions, could you anonymize them and share them with the other commissioners?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I will.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Before we move on, any other questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, will there be a pizza party on September 11th for the back to office?
Vote in favor of that.
Well, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, of course.
I think that's a very important question because part of what we need to do is re-socialize. So yes, if there's pizza in the office, we'll also have a cleanup party afterwards. But we are looking, and all kidding aside, we are looking at as a group, and I don't know some other teams on their own have been looking at just social things, ways to make the return both productive and fun. As the COO, I like the productive and would prefer that nobody eats or socializes and you just like keep that productivity up.
And also, I would encourage our staff, if they have any ideas on team building exercise, that also includes the commissioners. I highly encourage that to share those with you. I'd love to be part of that. I think it would be great. So,
If I may, Madam Chair, I joke around, but not really, it would be nice to have some kind of, engagement or something on that first day back, but also if you all can invite us, it would be nice, just for us to, like, let's say if I'm in Boston that day, but you guys are having something here. And I know that it's hard to sort of come back to office because we've been so productive at home. That when you come back to the office, it's almost like you're socializing more than you're like working.
I know, I hate that.
So I think it's sort of finding that balance, but if you guys do anything, feel free to invite the commissioners.
I think that would be most welcome and would probably, again, once we get your schedules, will be really, really good because again, September 11th is that kickoff for the flexible hybrid. It doesn't mean everybody will be back. Because I think, again, one of the pieces that I mentioned is, again, we're at 124 employees. That's not what we left at. And so I would absolutely love to have commissioners involved. And I know people would love to have you be involved.
Yeah, I'll just say congratulations to all the work that has happened during the pandemic and while we've been hybrid and trying to figure this out. I know it's helped a lot of folks to stay focused and to bang out all the work that has been banged out in this place. So thank you so much.
And before we close this, Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any?
Nope.
Okay. Before we close this section, I'm going to just speak in my individual capacity. Once I establish with Grace my in-office time in respect to going through department heads, I encourage anyone that would want one-on-one time with me as a commissioner that I'll avail myself to that or be part of meeting with a department or meeting with a team. So I just want to, and I'll work with Grace on that, just to avail myself, as this becomes more of a current regular process that we're in with return to office. So any other questions or comments before we move on? Seeing none. Okay, new business not anticipated at the time of posting. So I will ask my fellow commissioners if they have any new business not anticipated at the time of posting. Wow, I love this. Okay, all right, we will move on. So our next meeting date, if we could put the slide up, please, Betsy, for the next meeting date. Thank you, Betsy. September 8th is our next regular. Oh, that's the regulatory public hearing. Okay, so Attorney Carter, this is really important. I'll tell you why. I did that roundtable, as I've said like 10 times today, a Friday, and many folks are interested in sharing with us their public testimony. And I'm heavily advocating that it really should be in person, and it should also be available virtually, just like the State House is doing now. I've testified virtually recently, but many folks came in person. So if we have that option, and Alyssa, this room seats, how many did you say?
78.
So we may need to make accommodations or overflow on the first level. But I know that there is enormous interest in that September 8th date. And Andrew, if you want to speak to that at all and how it's worked in the past.
Sure, absolutely.
Attorney Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So previously, the board met in different locations. I believe we were out in Western Mass at one point, at Western New England. We had hearings up at the State House, so in Boston, and essentially interested parties would come and opine on the different regulations. They would tell us why they think it works, why they think it doesn't work, suggested language. So it's really a great opportunity to hear from stakeholders and really get a sense of what impacts them the most. And I always would recommend that people submit written testimony prior to testifying in person. That way we have a written record and we can go and reflect on it. If you have changes to the regs that you want to redline for us, if you have facts and figures and statistics you think would be relevant for us, please send that all in, as it really helps inform our policy making. And then my understanding is for the 8th, we are working on both a in-person and hybrid capacity, but since I am not a member of the IT staff, I am not going to make too many commitments on their behalf. But I am hoping that is what we are endeavoring to do, because I believe that that will give the most access to the most people. And please check our website for further details as it relates to that availability. And please send us emails early, send everything in writing early. The earlier it is, the better we have and the more time we have.
Yeah, and just for clarification, so the September 8th date, appreciate the invitation for people to still be commenting is obviously the regs have been out there. Just for clarity, September 8th, once that hearing is adjourned, no more testimony or comment can be provided, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, so the end of the process will be the September 8th. So not to get too far into the open meeting law unless you are interested in it. So these types of hearings, there's two requirements, or well, one of two. So you can have a public comment period and no hearing, or you could have a hearing. And the commission is required to have a hearing because our regulations may result in a fine. And the law says that if that is the type of result for your regulation, then you do need to have a public hearing. And what we then do is we welcome written testimony in advance of the hearing. You're more than welcome to do both. If you want to submit your comments and then testify in person, I think that's great. Or if you'd like to come in, testify, and then shoot over an email after you've done it, that would be great too. But yes, the 8th is the last date because we have to remember that the U.S. policymakers need to sit with the information, and then it will help inform your policymaking.
And Attorney Carter, once we get that information and we synthesize it as a body, what's the time? How much time do we? It's like not much time, right? After this September 8th date.
It is not, Madam Chair, and that is because we are dealing with statutory deadlines but it's hard to know, right? Because I'm very curious what the volume will be, but I know that we've done a ton of work on the front end. So usually this piece of the process is more tinkering around the edges, which is to say, well, I mean, in some ways there could be wholesale change too, I suppose. But generally speaking, what we are here to do is incorporate the comments as we think will further the public health, public safety, and public welfare mission of this agency, and consistent with our statute, of course. So I'm very excited to see the comments. They're always very, very thoughtful, and we have incorporated them in the past many times. I think a perfect example is the the expanded delivery license.
And just another question around the logistics. Will it be similar to at the State House where those providing testimony get 3 minutes? Will they do it in tranches or panels come up? Like maybe we'll have a table where a few folks will come up at once, everybody will get 3 minutes?
Madam Chair, yes, it's my understanding. I think we were thinking either 2 or 3 minutes. I think it does depend on the number of people here. I think that if it's a very large pool, then I think we're going to have to, maybe give a little bit less time. But if it's a smaller group of people, then I think we could give them more time. So the way that we were thinking about it was those in person would testify first, and then those who are remote would testify second. So sort of a bet, but of course, welcome feedback.
Right. Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you, so are we anticipating having like an advanced sign up, and when will we know the actual location? And maybe that's something for Chairwoman O'Brien to give us a response, but if you can provide any additional context on that.
Yes, absolutely. I don't want to get too ahead of my skis because we are in the.
I love that.
We are in the process of finalizing this and posting it to our website. So I just don't want to say the wrong thing, and since we're on video, it will be held against me later.
Yeah.
Okay. So as in terms of the advanced sign up,
that will be addressed.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yep. I think, again, instead of trying to do on-the-spot planning, yes, what we have done in the past is require some a sign up so that we know who's in the room. Again, watch capacity, manage time. I don't know when exactly we're going to do that. I'll work, again, Andrew and I and others will work with the communications team and get that information out quickly and accurately to make sure that everybody has plenty of time to prepare.
It is here in Worcester.
No, not necessarily.
Oh, not necessarily. Oh, okay.
And this might not be enough for.
Oh, that's why you meant not getting your skis. Got And will there be, for lack of a better term, a run of show that we will know?
Yeah.
That you could circulate to us, whether there could be elected officials that are choosing to testify on behalf of certain components of the regulation, and they usually go up the top. So things like that, if we could be made aware, that'd be wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions around September 8th? Hearing, seeing none, I will move on to just announce to the public, the next public meeting is September 14th. And then we have another one, September 18th. And is that second one is just around regs?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so guess what? Can I have a motion to adjourn, Commissioner Concepcion? Can I have a second, Commissioner Camargo? Okay, take a call of the roll. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy votes aye. The ayes have it unanimously. The meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.